sent him a request to join the panel, but I think it is not working right now.
Mr. Swaminathan, can you hear us? Oh, CMD KSL is updated. Yeah, he's there in the panel. Mr. Swaminathan, can you hear us? Mr. Swaminathan, can you hear us? Okay, he's joining from some other device.
No. Correct.
Yes, Mr. Swaminathan, can you
Yeah,
hear
yeah,
us
I
now?
could hear you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Swaminathan.
Yes.
Okay, so
Mr. Swaminathan, I sent you a request to join the panel.
he's
Can
there.
you-
Yeah, he's there in the panel now.
No, he's there in the attendees.
No, he's there. I can see him on the screen.
Yeah, now he's joining the panel.
Yeah.
He's there. Mr. Agarwal, Mr. Arun Kumar Agarwal, Arun ji, आप सुन पा रहे हैं? Can you hear us clearly? Okay, very well. So it's almost time, 3:30. I think Madam is also there. Madam is already there in the panel. So
Yeah.
Madam is there. Ranjindar, Madam is already there in the panel. So I think it's 3:30. So shall we get started?
We should start now.
Yeah, we should start. Yes, 3:30. So, Ankit, Madam, can you hear us? Rasika ma'am, can you hear us?
The washroom complete.
Hello.
Yeah, madam.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can very clearly. I'm there. आप लोग start करिए. When I'll just join you.
Thank you, ma'am. So, with your kind permission, we'll get started right now. Ankit, you can start.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So good afternoon and a very warm welcome to all the panelists and the attendees who have joined us today, and also everyone watching on our live stream on YouTube. We welcome you all to our 33rd webinar titled as Challenges and Opportunities in Mini Steel Plants with DRI Scrap EAF Technologies, co-organized by Steel and Metallurgy and Sponge Iron Manufacturers Association. A warm welcome to our silver sponsors, Sham Steel, Danieli, SMS Group, and Rashmi Group. Our steel sponsors, HNK India, Electrotherm, Kudremukh, and BSRM. Our knowledge partner, SRTMI. Our refractory partner, Dalmia OCL, and our supporting organization, Joint Plant Committee. Thank you all for making this event possible. I will now introduce our panelists for today. We have the welcome address by Mr. Ranjan Bandyopadhyay, Executive Secretary, Joint Plant Committee. Our keynote speaker for today is Madam Rasika Chaube, IDS Additional Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Then we have Dr. Mukesh Kumar, Director, SRTMI. Mr. Paramjit Singh, Additional Industrial Advisor, Ministry of Steel, Government of India. Mr. Kamal Agarwal, Honorary Secretary General, All India Induction Furnaces Association. Mr. Sanjay Patwari, Chairman, Rashmi Group. Mr. T. Swaminathan, Chairman, Managing Director, KIOCL Limited. Mr. Arun Kumar Agarwal, Director Technical, Mecon Limited. Dr. Ramen Datta, Consultant, SRTMI. Ms. Radhika Markan, Managing Director, HNK Rolling Mill Engineers Private Limited. Mr. Sushant Patro, Senior Vice President, Head Business Development, India and Asia Pacific at SMS India Private Limited. Mr. Surendra Jagdale, Technical Advisor, BSRM Group. Mr. Shuli Joshi, Vice President, Micromill Technology, Danieli. Mr. Andrea De Luca, Vice President, Micromill Technology, Danieli. Dr. Anrin Bhattacharya, CEO, Resiron, Austria. Mr. Shudip Paul, Head Technology at Dalmia 7 Refractories Limited. Mr. Satadri Chanda, Chief Executive Officer, Megatherm Group. Mr. G.K. Sharan, Chief Mentor, Super Smelters Limited. Dr. Swaren S. Bidarkar, GM Project Metallurgy Electrotherm India Limited. And summing up and concluding remarks will be done by Mr. Rajesh K. Vijay Varghya, Consultant SRTMI, ex-ED Operations, Sale, New Delhi, ex-Advisor R&D, NMDC Limited, Hyderabad, and ex-General Manager, Coal and Energy at DCIS Ranchi, and ex-General Manager at DCIS Raurkela Center. So these are our panelists for today. Before we proceed, I will just share a few short guidelines for smooth platform management during today's proceedings. For all the numerous attendees who have joined us today on Zoom to listen to our discussion, we have a Q&A section in Zoom which can be accessed by all panelists and attendees. So I would request everyone to post your questions and queries in the Q&A section, and it will be visible to all the panelists who can choose to either answer it live or directly in the chat. I would also request all the panelists to keep their microphones muted when the others are speaking to avoid any kind of noise feedback. And last but not the least, I would request all panelists to adhere to the time limit as given in the programs, to avoid any delays, since we have a lot of panelists today. So our webinar today has been split into two sessions, the inaugural and technical sessions. Our session moderator for the inaugural session will be Mr. R.K. Singhal, Consultant SRTMI, and our technical session will be moderated by Dr. Raven Datta, Consultant SRTMI. Our panel discussions will be observed by my father, Mr. Nirmalya Mukherjee, Editor, Steel and Metallurgy. On behalf of Steel and Metallurgy and our sponsors and all our partners, I would like to welcome you all to this webinar. We will now have the national anthem, followed by which we will display the corporate videos of our silver sponsors. The videos of our steel sponsors will be displayed at the beginning of the technical session. So I would now request you all to please rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
So we will now display the corporate videos of Sham Steel, Danieli, and Rashmi Group. Thanks again to them for sponsoring this event. I will just take a moment to set up the videos. So the first video is from our silver sponsor, Sham Steel.
कौन होता है असली चैंपियन? जो सरहद पर देश की रखवाली करे, वो है असली चैंपियन। जो घर की रोटी कमावे, वो होता है असली चैंपियन।
Ankit, we cannot see the video. We cannot see the video.
Okay, I will try one more time. Can you see the video now?
Yes.
Is it full screen?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
कौन होता है असली चैंपियन? जो सरहद पर देश की रखवाली करे, वो है असली चैंपियन।
It's frozen.
जो घर की रोटी कमावे,
It's frozen.
Okay, I will try again. Okay, let me know if it works properly now.
कौन होता है असली
No,
चैंपियन?
no. First, you try and open the file and then play.
Yes, the file is open already. I will try again.
कौन होता है असली
No,
चैंपियन?
no. Maybe we can. You play with the second one. First one we can play later. Play the second one.
No, I think it is a problem with the player. I will try with a different.
कौन होता है असली चैंपियन?
Try with the different player. Or we can come back. You can play the second one and.
Can you let me know if it works now?
कौन होता है असली चैंपियन?
No.
जो सरहद पर देश की
Okay, then in that case, I think we can move forward, and I will try to fix this issue, and then we will play the corporate videos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
So
go.
now I would request our panel observer and the moderators to take the session forward.
Okay, a warm welcome to everyone, and the panel moderator for the inaugural session will be Mr. Rakesh Singhal, a very old friend of mine from the days he was ED CAD in SAIL, even before that, during his tenure in SAIL. So someone whom I know for long time. Now advisor as a TMI, Mr. R.K. Singhal. I would request Mr. Singhal to take the session forward for the inaugural session. And as you know, Ministry of Steel way back in 2016 had issued a notification mentioning that no steelmaker should be termed as primary, secondary, integrated, or otherwise. So we are the whole idea is to ensure that we have a level playing field for one and all. I think my good friend and my brother Ranjan Bandyopadhyay would be able to highlight more on this, because he's been working with both the integrated and secondary steel producers for a very long time. So he knows clearly about the government Ministry of Steel notification, where everyone has been given an equal footing. Today, little while ago, at around 12 o'clock, there was a press conference by Sham Steel, which I was attending, and I made it a point to ask a question on whether they are in reality getting equal opportunity when they bid for government projects. And they completely agreed that yes, today there is no discrimination between quote unquote integrated steel player and a mini steel producer, as we call them. Everywhere around the world, nowhere is secondary steel producer used. Everywhere, whenever I have traveled to Europe, US, everywhere it is known as mini steel mill. It is only in India that we used to call them secondary producers. I remember during my interaction with the previous steel minister, Mr. Chaudhary Biral Singh, I told him clearly, when you call them secondary, you make them secondary. So there is no way government realized this, and government made it a point to ensure that no producer is called a secondary or a integrated steel producer. Everyone is the same. So with that, I'll hand over the session to Mr. R.K. Singhal. Singhalji, it's the floor is yours. You take the session forward.
Thank you, my dear friend Nirmalya. Let me start with the proper salutation. Respected Madam Additional Secretary, we are indeed good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to all my friends, Mr. Paramjit Singh, Dr. Mukesh Kumar, Mr. Bandyopadhyay, Mr. Sanjay Patwari, Mr. Kamal Agrawal, Mr. Arun Agrawal, and Mr. Swaminathan, and others, and my moderator for the successive sessions, and all the panelists, speakers, learned speakers, and the learned audience. I must congratulate Nirmalya for inviting stakeholders from all sectors, not only the producers but also the users and media, and also the Government of India. Government of India gives lot of importance to the secondary sector, that we understand from the kind presence of our additional secretary. In fact, our National Steel Policy 2017 has given pride of place to induction furnace and electric arc furnace technologies to produce around 35 to 37% of steel by when we produce 100 million tons. So that means they will be crossing 100 million tons. And this secondary steel sector serves very important clients. All of you know, they serve the sectors construction, machine tools, CR products, pipes, stainless steel, galvanized, coated and export. They are also in the exports in a big way. Under the ambit of secondary sector, under the ambit of electric arc furnace and induction arc furnace technologies, we have HR producers, pig iron producers, sponge iron manufacturers, reduced iron producers, DRI producers. They are a very, very important tool for steel sector of the country. Today itself, they are supplying about 37 to 38% of the steel in the country. And in fact, the first introduction of anybody in any city about a steel plant is through them only. They are taking the steel to every nook and corner of the country. With this, I would like to, with the permission of the chair, I would like to start the session and request Mr. Ranjan Bandyopadhyay to give the welcome address. Mr. Ranjan Bandyopadhyay, please.
Yeah, I am audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Good evening, everybody. Respected Additional Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, and Chairperson JPC, Srimati Rashika Chaube, and all the leading personality of the steel industry, ladies and gentlemen. I will discuss the points issue regarding the secondary and primary later on after my giving the speech, because I know the subject, because I have been in that time during the whole notification period. GPC is honored to have the privilege to heartily welcome you all at this webinar, Challenges and Opportunity in Mini Steel Plants with DRI and scrap-based EAF based technology. This webinar, organized by the Steel and Metallurgies and in association with JPC and others, has intended to focus the newer ideas, opportunities, challenges, and concepts in the future. The topic is chosen rightly as it is contributed more than 56% of the total crude steel production in the country. And if we see the future forecast of the National Steel Policy, there are a lot of opportunities in these routes. But simultaneously, there are a lot of challenges also. Because after the implementation of quality control order, there are some hindrances in the smaller units, smaller segment. There are refining facility not implemented properly. But ministry has covered almost 95 to 98% product in the quality control order. So they have to be upgraded. Hopefully, they are also working, because database shows from JPC that integration with the EAF and RR as well as sponge is increasing. Just I am giving one example, induction furnace and versus RR, this forward integration. It was in the 2018-19, it was just 48%. Total 245 units in the induction furnace as a rerolling facility. But it has grown now 62%. But at the same time, if you see the backward integration, means sponge, EAF and RR, it has come down to 25%. Means the unit has a sponge iron, the unit has an induction furnace and rerolling. This should increase. Otherwise, the cost competitiveness or quality or viability of the units in future will be a problem. So keeping in point, I think we'll discuss, eminent speaker are there today's webinar. We'll discuss all the points, how the units will be viable. But keeping his point, this will be the problem area of the units which do not have forward integration or backward integration. Because until and unless they cannot sustain with the maintenance of quality control order. Now coming to this, I'm just discussing this secondary term. I'm just mentioning you that nowhere in the Ministry of Steel, no parliament question, nothing secondary sector has been used after 2016 notification. Initially, it was started in the 2014, first notification came with the definition of primary and secondary as well as integrated, because at that time still website also containing the definition of primary and ISP, and there is a clear-cut definition of the international body also. But later the structure of the Indian steel industry is like that. Primary sectors, primary unit are those units which have a push steel facility from the iron ore or processor. It means from sponge iron also. Now the question comes, if the unit has a sponge iron and induction furnace, can you deny that the unit is not primary? Now the second question comes, whether it is a single location. We have thought and we decided it should be in a single location. But the point came again, due to the land problem in the country, if I have a unit in one hand side in the road, left hand side I have a sponge iron unit, and in the right hand side I have an induction furnace, and I am the owner of both the units, so how you can deny that I am not an integrated primary producer? Integrated is different, is clear cut that primary unit having 1 million capacity is integrated. But the question came in the primary definition. So after that, it was decided with the Honorable Secretary at that time that there will be no classification of the iron and steel industry. And in the Parliament question also, we have replied that there is no definition of primary and secondary. Now, whatever Mr. Nirmal Mukherjee told that Sam Steel has accepted that we are well accepted by all attenders, this is very good news because the result is coming now, whatever we have decided at that time. So nowhere now we are using even JPC database also. We are using only 6 versus others, because 6 plants there is a definition of DCINS main and major, because at that time the definition was more than 5 lakhs is major and main is clearly defined, SAIL, Tata and RIL. So these 6 units should be the big 6 and rest are others. So there is no definition of secondary, although we are using secondary sectors. At present, only 6 versus others is the reporting system in Parliament as well as in the ministry. So today's topic, absolutely, we have chosen the right topic because there is a lot of opportunities and challenges coming, because units sustainability will be the question for the long run, keeping in the view of our future forecast of the national steel policy. So I hope that all will be discussed today by the eminent speakers. In conclusion, I wish to express my gratitude to all participants for sparing their valuable time, and thanks to Steel Metallurgy for giving me this opportunity. I also express my sincerest gratitude to my Additional Secretary and Chairperson, Srimati Rashika Chaubey, for our valuable guidance. Under our chairmanship guidance, JPC has reached in the global forum like WSA and OECD. So JPC has moved beyond the country also, because WSA accepted JPC as a member, and we are the only authorized provider for deciding of ranking as well as for OECD capacity decision based on the JPC data. So this long journey ahead has been possible for the continuous and valuable support of our chairperson, Madam Chaubey. Once again, I welcome all of you in this webinar and wish you a great success of this webinar. Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ranjan Madhopadhyay, for tirelessly working to provide the data and support to the decision makers, steel decision makers. And we compliment you for reaching out to WSA and OECD, and also explaining to us very well the definition about the paradigm of EAF technology and IF technologies companies, because they are not the secondary sector, they are in fact the mini steel plants of the country. Thank you very much. And now indeed the time has come for which the audience has been waiting. Our Honorable Additional Secretary Ma'am, in spite of her busy schedule, she has given the time. Promotion of the steel sector is at the core of her all the activities, and in fact very passionate about it. And she always has time for us whenever steel sector people are approaching us, her for any work to promote for the good of the sector. She has tirelessly pioneered many initiatives for the good of the sector even during the pandemic. And I now the importance of the secondary sector places the Government of India, Ministry of Steel, bears out her presence bears out the testimony that secondary sector is very important for us. So may now humbly request our ma'am to kindly enlighten us with her views.
Thank you,
Respected ma'am, please.
Yeah, thank you, Singhal Saab, for your kind words. First and foremost, I would like to thank Steel and Metallurgy for organizing this very relevant webinar about the challenges and opportunities which are there in the many steel plants who are using DRI, scrap, and through the IF and EAF route. I would like to compliment Nirmala and his team for relentlessly working. And I heard that this is your 38th or 33rd webinar which you've organized, and I think I must compliment you for this. And I would compliment Ranjan and his entire team in JPC for also participating and facilitating such webinars. My compliments to each one of you. Now, there is no doubt that many steel plants, I mean, even if you call them secondary or whatever, I think there's nothing in the name, but the mini steel plants, as we would like to call them, they play a very, very important role in the growth of our steel sector. Now, I wouldn't like to share too much data with you, but I can't help but say that of the total steel production, the crude steel production which takes place, around 44% comes from the BF and BOF route, and balance 56% comes from EAF and IF route. Now, even if I'm to remove what comes through the ISPs, like there are certain ISPs who contribute to the EAF route, if I remove that, still the contribution of the mini steel plants would be 40%. And this is no mean feat. And I'm fully aware that as we grow and we are looking at a capacity of 300 million ton, the mini steel plants have a very, very major role to play. And that is why all-out effort is being made by the Ministry of Steel to facilitate their growth in whatever way we can. I'll share some of the efforts which we are making and you know, to help the mini steel plants come up in a big way. Now, if you see the mini steel plants per se, you have, I think Ranjan already gave the figures, but I would like to kind of reiterate. We have as many as 823 induction furnaces today with a capacity of around 46 million ton. And at the same time, we have around 38 arc furnaces with a capacity of 40 million ton. And this is in the figures which JPC has collected. Based on that, they are spread over 14 states. And if we go only by the working unit, the numbers, then the highest number is in Punjab and the second highest is in Tamil Nadu. But if we go by the capacity and the working capacity and the production which does, then Odisha takes the #1 position and the #2 position goes to Chhattisgarh. Notwithstanding that, whichever state in which they are operating, it is these people are playing a very important role. And I must say that the three if I have to summarize what are the three things what our mini steel plants provide, then I can think of three major contribution. First is that you all give a very significant employment because that is the part of the contribution you make to the society. Second is you are heading to, or you provide significant value addition capabilities. And what Ranjan was mentioning about, they are forward and backward integration. I think once you do that, I think you will be in a position to do a lot of value addition and to create a lot of value added steel, which is needed, the need of the hour, and for which the Ministry of Steel has come up with a PLI scheme very recently. And with this in mind, you are able to meet, along with your forward integration, a lot of customized needs, which is not possible through the ISPs because of their size and the immense size which they have. So this is one of the few things which you can contribute in, and you will also continue to make a major contribution. And because of this, you will continue to make a major contribution in the growth towards the 5 trillion economy. Now, ever since the government of India has announced the package of 103 lakh crores, which is to kind of a stimulus package which was announced, and the Bharat Mala project, the Jal Jeevan Mission, the Udan, then we have the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, dedicated freight corridor. All of them, in all these places, Sagar Mala project, The many steel plants, all of you will play an extremely important role. And if I am to believe the figures which have been given to me by JPC, now by the time we reach the 5 trillion economy figure, I'm not talking about 3031, that is the capacity. We expect that the 60% of the capacity will come through the secondary steel, I mean our mini steel plants and the smaller ones, and 55% of the production will be coming through yours. So that's a really arduous task which is there before you. And so only thing is that you need to address, you have a lot of opportunities coming your way, but there are certain challenges which you face, and plus the challenges which we find that you need to overcome. So I would like to share that in a little detail as we move along. Now, coming to the challenges which we find that there are in the EF route, let me just place on record a few of them. All of you are fully aware. I'm just, since we are having a discussion, I would like to talk about them before I come about the opportunities you'll have. Now, first and foremost, the first challenge which you face is the availability of cheap electricity. That's one thing which concerns us. We have been taking up the matter with the Ministry of Power at the central level, but it is a state subject, so the states have to address the issues, and we've been talking about it. And I will mention that when our honorable minister, the previous minister, when he launched the Purvodaya scheme, this was one area he wanted to target. When he talked of Purvodaya, which I will just talk about a little later, he talked about the integrated steel hubs where steel clusters would be there, where the smaller players would play a very important role. There, he was emphasizing on the need of electricity at a cheap rate. So this is the first challenge you face. The second is that even if you want to switch over to natural gas, number one, there's an issue of availability, and second is the issue about the cost of natural gas. That's another challenge which we have to work out for you. We need to bring about, and how the gas pipelines can provide you if you want to switch over. Then is one of the consumables which you have is the graphite electrodes, and so these all are coming from China as of now. How can we ensure domestic availability? Can we create an ecosystem by which they could be made here? That's another thing. Now, non-availability of scrap is, you are aware that your requirement is around 25 to 35 million, 25 to 28 million tons, of which 7 to 8 million tons we have to import. And because we are aware, that is why, Ministry of Steel worked very hard on coming up with the steel scrapping policy, and coupled with the vehicle end of life vehicle policy, which MOT is coming. I think together this should be able to organize the scrapping sector, so that we are able to ensure that you get scrap at a reasonable price and within the country, rather than depending on import. Now, and at the same time, while we were doing this, while we are trying to make indigenous availability of scrap, we have also ensured that the duty of scrap has been removed. Now, this was done in the last budget, which has been because of the consistent effort of the Ministry of Steel. We are trying to highlight this again and again. This is a raw material for us, mini steel plants. Finally, it became zero, and I think all of you must be reaping the benefits of it. Now, then with this, one challenge which we find that which is there from your side, is the size constraint, which like the electric arc furnace. I mean, what I'm given to understand, maximum you can go to a 1 million ton plant as of now, which as against a 4 million ton plant, which a blast furnace BF route is available. So I think that is one challenge, but that doesn't stop us, because we can put more plants. It requires a lot of capital, yes, but that is a challenge. But we and only thing is that it comes with a lot of advantages also, and so we are trying to address how we can handle that. Now, apart from that, I think these are the few challenges which I can readily think of. And apart from that, if you talk about the IF route, the induction furnace route, there also availability of raw material in adequate quantity and at competitive rates, that's an issue. And sponge iron needs to be available to them at affordable prices and in a short quantity. So that's another thing. Same, they have a problem about power tariff, and then logistic cost also, and market downswings. That's another thing which all of you face. I think even the electric arc furnace people face that. Then refining is one issue which does bother us about the induction arc furnace. Now, as and when technological upgradations take place, I think this is one area where our induction furnace friends will have to work on. Their refining processes have to be, because sooner than later, the world is moving towards green steel and moving towards steel, which is when you get into exporting, you will have to look into this area and as far as possible. And so you will have to ramp up your R&D facilities. Now, so these are the thing, and similarly for the sponge iron plants, which and the raw material which you have, the pellets and sponge iron, these are also challenges which you all face. I mean, we try our level best to ensure that we create a system where the pellets are available to you in the maximum. We are even trying to see how we can ensure that the pellet capacity, which is around 85 million ton in the country, but it's being only utilized to 65, how we can ensure that the fines which continue to lie in various stockpiles, 120 million ton of stockpile is there in the country, how we can come up with policies whereby you beneficiate them, you utilize them, make more pellets so that it is available to our friends who would require it. So these are our concerns. Then there is a major challenge about iron ore availability. That also, I think I was speaking in the morning in one of the Steel World seminars, and I said that, we were so concerned about the iron ore availability that we even got permission to sell to despite being a captive mine, to sell in the open market. So this was one of the major efforts which we made, though SAIL has still to take off in a big way to make, they could sell only around 4 to 5 million ton last year, but they're trying to bring in around 13 to 14 million ton in the market this year. So we are trying our level best, and not only SAIL, now the permission has been extended even to our other captive miners. So we hope, see, as being a deregulated sector, we do try to ensure that you people, we can give you the kind of create an ecosystem for you whereby you can survive, you can succeed, you can grow. And so these are the various challenges which you all have. And apart from that, one suggestion which I would like to make to you is that that you're aware that India is a member of the UNFCCC, and we are committed to carbon neutrality by the middle of the century. And Terry, on behalf of the government, has done a report wherein we are working towards a low carbon sector steel, low carbon steel sector. So for all this, you are aware that as of now, the maximum coal-based DRI is being used, and there the emissions which we are making is to the tune of 2.8 to 3, a ton per ton of crude steel that we produce. This is very much on the higher side. So there is a need that we try to switch over to coal gasification. I fully understand that coal gasification has its challenges. We are trying to see how well we can work out that consistent supply of coal is made from the coal blocks, so that we can have centralized coal gasification plants, and through pipelines they could be available to the DRI plants. All these are on the card. We are all working with MNRE, we are working with Ministry of Coal. I'm a part of the interministerial committee with coal to see how coal availability to you all can be ensured. So it is like, as of now, today, if you see the DRI, if you see the number of DRI plants, we find that we have a capacity of 48 million ton DRI plants, of which coal-based are 37 million ton, and only 10 million ton is gas-based. That means it's not that you don't want to use it, it's that natural gas is not available in that much quantity, or it is very expensive. So as a result, it is. So what I'm trying to say is that while we are trying to ensure that we reduce carbon emission, you will also have to think that sooner than later, you will be moving in that direction. Now, somebody mentioned about the quality control orders. See, we are trying to put these quality control orders. These are non-tariff barriers. They're not non-tariff barriers that we can't import things. Everyone has to just, even if you import, you can import so long as you comply with the, the standard which is specified in the quality control orders. So you people will have to sooner than later ensure that what you make is all compliant with this. Otherwise, you will find it difficult to sell your products within the country. So my only advice to you all is that, as far as possible, improve your refining techniques wherever they are wanting, and try to make things as far as possible which are meeting global standards. Now, in the end, I would just like to mention a few things that there are a lot of efforts which we have made in the Ministry of Steel. I would just like to list them one after the other. The first one you all have already discussed. Somebody mentioned that in 2016, we had issued an order whereby we said that there would be no distinction between primary, secondary, and everyone has a level playing ground. Now we went further. I mean, we want to make it route agnostic. We want to say that steel made through whichever route should be acceptable. And you would recollect that despite this letter, there was a lot of there were glitches in the tender documents which were being issued by MORTH, by CPWD, by MES. So we wrote letters to all of them and tried to emphasize that please do not make any distinction on account of this. And we challenged their tender documents. And as you mentioned, I think you mentioned that Sham Steel was mentioning that, and I'm very happy to hear that this has succeeded finally, because I think last we wrote was in 20 or maybe early 20 or late 19, I don't recollect. But when we had written this, there was a lot of opposition which we had to counter, and we had to tell people. And finally, if it is working, so these are little steps which we take to give you all a level playing ground. You are extremely, extremely important for the steel sector, and that is why these steps are being taken by us. Then another action which I just mentioned was we got the duty removed for you. Then the PLI scheme which we have brought. Now this PLI scheme is worth 6,322 crores to be precise, and it is only for value-added steel. And there can be no better clientele to make value-added steel but the mini steel plants. There is a little amount of investment that is needed, and you have to do a production. And there are 4-5 categories in which you have to produce. And I really hope, that's coated plated steel, then there is the high strength steel, then there is wire rods, and we have covered the alloy steel, CRGO. So I just hope that this PLI scheme is, once the guidelines are out, and we are doing a stakeholder consultation very regularly so that the scheme can be well utilized by everyone, whether the big players or the small players. And we are expecting that we add a phenomenal capacity. We expect to add around 42 million tons of capacity for value-added steel by the time this scheme comes to an end. And apart from this, we are we have another thing which we have done is which I was mentioning earlier, is the Purvodaya scheme. We are working on it very religiously. Now this scheme, basically, what is Purvodaya? I mean, I must have shared with you on some other occasion. Basically, we are covering all the 5 eastern states, which are the hub of steel making activity. And we are trying to create integrated steel hubs. When we say integrated steel hubs, we mean we are going to have capacity addition through integrated steel plants, through clusters. And third thing which we want to do is to create a synergy amongst all through a good logistic development. Now, now maybe you will not be concerned with the ISPs, but in the steel, when we talk of steel cluster and the steel cluster policy which we have come, and now we are working out a scheme for the steel cluster policy, what we plan to do is to ensure a plug and play zones for all of you. Basically, availability of developed land, speedy clearance process through appropriate mechanism like a single window facility, then world-class infrastructure including both drainage, whether it's common access roads, external rail infrastructure, roadways, and consistent and supply of water and power, and also common areas like especially for warehousing, for testing facilities. This is one thing which would help all of you if you could have access to testing facilities where you could. So what we are trying to do is, this is Kalinganagar is one of the pilot projects we have chosen, and we are trying to see how it can work. And this is mainly to help out the secondary steel players so that you can play a big role in creating value-added steel and other products. So these are the few things which we have done for you. And we have recently, we have also written to the Ministry of Mines to work out a policy of how we can promote beneficiation so that more and more pellet is available for the DRI industry. which will enhance your productivity. The more pellets you use, and we expect it to happen. So now with this, I would like to end, and I would again like to just say what Ranjan had mentioned, that we would rather, since you have the smaller players, you have the backward integration, like you have the sponge iron and other thing, and the forward integration with the re-rollers, with for making HR products, CR products, DPC. You should try to grow in an integrated way, so that you can enhance maximum advantage in terms of the price and make value-added steel. With this, I wish you all the best, and thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Always very clear. And you have done the SWOT analysis of the induction players and EAF players. And I think the roadmap set out by you will be discussed by all stakeholders present. We have a wide mix of stakeholders, both from the user industry as well as the supply industry. I hope that they will carry forward the message given by you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you again. Thanks a lot. Ankit, now you can start the video you wanted to start.
Yeah, before that, we have my sister, who's the only lady representative other than Rasika ma'am. So Radhika, from your side, I would request you to pose a question to Rasika ma'am. What are your expectations?
It is not necessary to put one woman against the other. You can leave it.
I agree, ma'am. I totally agree. We are in a male-dominated industry, and I am very small, very inexperienced, and very humble.
I think we have Mukesh Kumar and the like sitting here. So I think I'd like to take leave now, and thank you very much.
Mukesh will address your questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So
I wanted to start the. You want to start the movie?
So we were not able to play the corporate videos earlier, so I will just try again and see if I was able to fix the issue.
कौन होता है असली चैंपियन? जो सरहद पर देश की रखवाली करे, वो है असली चैंपियन। जो घर की रोटी कमावे, वो होता है असली चैंपियन।
Is it visible to everyone?
I think, but it's against getting static.
Yeah.
Oh.
जो रेस जीतने से पहले लोगों के दिल जीते, वो है असली चैंपियन। जो देश की तरक्की की बुनियाद रखता है, वो है असली चैंपियन। जो अपने हाथों से देश की तकदीर बदलता है, वो है असली चैंपियन। चाहे वो आपके सपनों का छोटा सा प्यारा सा घर हो, या आसमान को छूती बुलंद इमारतें, असली चैंपियन बनने के लिए हर कसौटी पर खरा उतरना पड़ता है। इस हौसले को आगे लेकर बढ़ रहा है श्याम स्टील, जो अपने मजबूत और लचीले टीएमटी रीबार से देश की उन्नति की बुनियाद रख रहा है। स्वतंत्रता के बाद भारत के सामने कई चुनौतियां थीं, जिसमें से एक था औद्योगिकरण की एक मजबूत नींव रखना। 1953 में इस उद्देश्य को मन में रखते हुए श्याम स्टील की स्थापना हुई। हमें सिर्फ अपने पैरों पर खड़ा ही नहीं होना था, बल्कि दुनिया के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला के चलना था। 60 सालों के अटूट भरोसे के साथ श्याम स्टील प्रगति की उड़ान भर रहा है, और हम गर्व से कह सकते हैं कि श्याम स्टील ने देश की नींव को हर मुमकिन तरह से मजबूत बनाया है। चाहे वो देश को ऊर्जावान बनाने वाले न्यूक्लियर, थर्मल और हाइडल पावर प्लांट्स हो, या देश को जोड़ने वाले नेशनल हाईवेज और ब्रिजेस, चाहे वो आसमान का रास्ता बनाने वाले एयरपोर्ट्स हो, या भारत की रगों में दौड़ती हुई भारतीय रेल। पूरे भारत में हम कई प्रोजेक्ट से जुड़े हैं, जैसे कि दिल्ली मेट्रो, जामनगर रिफाइनरी, कोटा न्यूक्लियर पावर प्लांट, रोजा थर्मल पावर प्लांट, हैदराबाद अंतरराष्ट्रीय हवाई अड्डा और ब्रह्मपुत्र एवं गोदावरी पर बने हुए पुल। इतना ही नहीं, हमें कई सरकारी संस्थानों में मान्यता प्राप्त है, और हमने कई बड़ी सरकारी परियोजनाओं में भी अपना योगदान दिया है, जैसे कि इंडियन रेलवे, नेशनल हाईवे अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया, CPWD, IOCL, NPCIL, NBCCL इत्यादि। इसका राज है हमारे उच्च गुणवत्ता वाले उत्पाद, जिसके उत्पादन की प्रक्रिया शुरू होती है पश्चिम बंगाल में स्थित हमारे अत्याधुनिक इंटीग्रेटेड स्टील प्लांट से। श्याम स्टील का ये प्लांट देश के उन चुनिंदा स्टील प्लांट्स में से एक है जहां स्टील बनाने की शुरुआत से अंत तक की पूरी प्रक्रिया को अंजाम दिया जाता है। उत्पादन प्रक्रिया की शुरुआत होती है उच्चतम क्वालिटी के कच्चे लोहे से, जिसे हमारी DRI यूनिट में प्रोसेस किया जाता है। कच्चे लोहे को एक रोटरी मशीन में कोयले और डोलोमाइट की मदद से डीऑक्सीडाइज किया जाता है, जिसके द्वारा हमें शुद्ध स्पॉन्ज आयरन मिलता है। इस स्पॉन्ज आयरन को SMS यूनिट में भेजा जाता है, जहां उसे इलेक्ट्रिक आर्क फर्नेस पर 1800 डिग्री सेल्सियस के तापमान पर पिघलाया जाता है। फिर रिफाइनिंग और डीस्लैगिंग की प्रक्रिया के द्वारा बची हुई अशुद्धियों को भी दूर किया जाता है। इन प्रक्रियाओं के बाद जो सर्वोच्च क्वालिटी का शुद्ध इस्पात तैयार होता है, उसे कंटिन्यूअस कास्टिंग मशीन में ले जाया जाता है, जहां कॉन्कास्ट AG ज्यूरिक टेक्नोलॉजी द्वारा आवश्यक लंबाई के अनुसार बिलेट्स कास्ट किए जाते हैं। ये बिलेट्स कई कठोर निरीक्षणों से गुजरने के बाद रोलिंग मिल में ले जाए जाते हैं, जहां उन्हें फिर 1200 डिग्री सेल्सियस के तापमान पर पुनः स्थापित किया जाता है और उनका आकार बदलकर अलग अलग डाया के TMT रीबार्स बनाए जाते हैं। ये उत्पाद थर्मिक्स प्लांट में एक खास पेटेंटेड प्रक्रिया से गुजरते हैं, जिसमें एक खास वाटर स्प्रे सिस्टम का उपयोग होता है। प्रक्रिया के अंत में तैयार TMT रीबार्स एक एटमॉस्फेरिक कूलिंग बेड से गुजरते हैं और इसके बाद इन तैयार रीबार्स को एक ऑटोमेटेड कटाई मशीन के द्वारा आवश्यक लंबाई में काटा जाता है। और अब ये TMT रीबार्स तैयार हैं देश की प्रगति की बुनियाद रखने के लिए। अधिकतर सरकारी निर्माणों में श्याम स्टील के 500D TMT रीबार्स इस्तेमाल किए जाते हैं, क्योंकि इसी में है मजबूती और लचीलेपन का सही संतुलन। इनका इस्तेमाल भारी से भारी लोड वाले निर्माण जैसे कि फ्लाईओवर, डैम, ब्रिज और गगनचुंबी इमारतों में किया जाता है। रीबार का मजबूत बाहरी कवच भार सहने की क्षमता बढ़ाता है और भीतर का लचीला भाग भूकंप, सुनामी और तूफान जैसे प्राकृतिक आपदाओं को झेलने की क्षमता प्रदान करता है। बाजार में 500D के अलावा अन्य प्रकार के TMT रीबार्स भी उपलब्ध हैं, पर 500D से ज्यादा ग्रेड वाले TMT रीबार जैसे कि FE600 इत्यादि मजबूती बढ़ाने के साथ लचीलापन कम कर देती है। दुनिया के सर्वश्रेष्ठ शिक्षण संस्थानों में से एक IIT खड़गपुर ने कई परीक्षणों और तकनीकी पहलुओं के आधार पर यह प्रमाणित किया है कि निर्माण की सुरक्षा और मजबूती को ध्यान में रखकर बनाए गए श्याम स्टील 500D TMT रीबार्स गुणवत्ता, स्थिरता और मजबूती की मिसाल है। हमारा स्टील प्लांट अपने आप में असाधारण है और इसकी वजह है हमारी 10 पॉइंट क्वालिटी मैनेजमेंट प्रणाली। हर उत्पाद की जांच हमारी अत्याधुनिक क्वालिटी लैब में होती है, जहां 100 kV यूनिवर्सल टेस्टिंग मशीन, स्पेक्ट्रोमीटर के साथ और भी कई आवश्यक मशीनों के द्वारा हर उत्पाद का निरीक्षण होता है और किसी भी त्रुटि को उस वक्त ही ठीक कर दिया जाता है। हर कदम पर हमारी क्वालिटी कंट्रोल टीम ये सुनिश्चित करती है कि हमारे उत्पाद बेहतरीन क्वालिटी के हो। इसलिए हमारे तैयार उत्पाद हमेशा गुणवत्ता के हर पहलू, हर कसौटी पर खरे उतरते हैं, चाहे वो लचीलापन हो, भार सहने की क्षमता या फिर गजब की मजबूती। ये बेहतरीन उत्पाद हमारे डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स, डीलर्स और रिटेलर्स के विस्तृत नेटवर्क द्वारा देश के हर कोने में पहुंचाए जाते हैं। हम देश और दुनिया की कई बड़ी कंपनियों के साथ काम करते हैं, जैसे कि हिंदुस्तान कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी लिमिटेड, लार्सन एंड टूब्रो लिमिटेड, कैमन इंडिया लिमिटेड, PGR एनर्जी इत्यादि। अंतरराष्ट्रीय बाजार में भी श्याम स्टील के उत्पादों की मांग तेजी से बढ़ रही है। कहते हैं ना, सूरज की तरह चमकने के लिए सूरज की तरह तपना भी पड़ता है। जितनी गहरी हमारी नींव है, उतनी ही ऊंची हमारी उड़ान। ये उपलब्धि उन सब लोगों की है जिन्होंने श्याम स्टील की बुनियाद को अपने मेहनत और निष्ठा से मजबूत बनाया है, जिनकी दूरदर्शिता और मार्गदर्शन श्याम स्टील को सही दिशा में बढ़ने के लिए प्रेरित करता है, जिनका परिश्रम हमारे हर पहलू में झलकता है। श्याम स्टील से जुड़ा हर व्यक्ति इस सफलता का सशक्त भागीदार है। श्याम स्टील समाज के प्रति अपनी जिम्मेदारियों को भी बखूबी समझता है। शिक्षा व्यवस्था बेहतर बनाने के लिए हम गांव के इलाकों में विद्यालयों के विकास संबंधी कार्य करते हैं। वहां किताबें और अन्य शिक्षा सामग्री भी उपलब्ध करवाते हैं। स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में भी हमारे प्रयासों से सैकड़ों लोगों को सहायता मिलती है। श्याम स्टील में पर्यावरण को बेहतर बनाने के लिए भी कई प्रयास किए जाते हैं और प्राकृतिक आपदाओं के दौरान लोगों को खास सहायताएं भी दी जाती हैं। आज इतिहास फिर करवट ले रहा है। आजादी को कई साल हो चुके हैं और हमारा देश एक सुनहरे भविष्य की ओर बढ़ रहा है। श्याम स्टील इस सफर की एक अहम कड़ी है और हर कदम पर भारत के इस अटूट भरोसे को और मजबूत बना रहा है। भविष्य हमारा है और वर्तमान में जमीन हमारी है और आसमान भी। हिमालय जिसका ताज है, गंगा जिसकी प्राण, अनेकता में एकता है जिसकी पहचान। दिल हमारे एक है, एक हमारी जान। हिंदुस्तान हमारा है, हम हैं इसकी शान।
That was a very, very beautiful video by Sham Steel. And now we have the corporate video by Danelli. And finally, we have the video by Rashmi Group.
The Rashmi Group of Industries, one of the leading and most reputed of companies in eastern India, not only excels in manufacturing cement, steel and electricity, but also procures and markets iron ore extensively. The strongest pillar of this company is, however, its immaculate goodwill, built on the last 30 years of quality production of iron ore, steel and cement. It is the largest producer of sponge iron in West Bengal and possesses high-end blast furnaces, sinter plants, SMS and TMT. These units are located in Jhargram and Kharagpur. The Rashmi Group of Industries manufacturing DRI pipes, sponge iron, ferroalloys, wire rods with captive power and railway siding, setting up more blast furnaces sinter plants, pellet plants, and becoming one of the leaders in coal mining.
Yeah, so those were our corporate videos from the silver sponsors. So again, over to the session moderator.
Thank you, Ankit. And it was after the energetic and very clear SWOT analysis of the secondary sector by Additional Secretary Ma'am and the three nice corporate videos. We are ready for the next part of our program. In fact, our Additional Secretary laid out the complete discussion points for the people present here, the stakeholders, either from the producers or the people who will be contributing from the technical side, supplier side, and the speaker side. Now it's my privilege to invite Dr. Mukesh Kumar, Director SRTMI, to address the participants in the webinar. And Dr. Mukesh Kumar, as you know, is a stalwart in the metal sector for both ferrous and non-ferrous. He has been striving very hard to bring out the technical aspects of various points in the steel sector. At present, his passion is green steel making and circular economy. So now I would request Dr. Mukesh Kumar to kindly address the participants. Dr. Mukesh Kumar, sir.
Thank you, Singhal Saab. And thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, for giving me this opportunity to present my views on this important sector challenging opportunities and challenges in DRI, EAF, and IF making steel making. As Madam Chobe has rightly told, today, if you see in the world, there are basically two main things are there which is being talked all around the steel sector. Number one is the climate change, and number two is the circular economy. When we look into the EAF, IF sector, both the things are well fitted in this scenario here. When we are talking of our climate change, we have to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, it is established that if we go with the electric arc furnace route, then our GHG reduction can be reduced by around 60 to 70%. Like in VF, BOF route, we are having around 2.2 to 2.8. In EF, if we are using scrap, it is around only 0.5, 0.6. So there is a great reduction. But this requires a strengthening of circular economy. Means we require scrap. As Madam has told, scrap is not there. Scrap is available in a very, very limited quantity. Although most of the major countries across the globe are looking to increase their production based on steel scrap. But in India, we have limited availability. We cannot rely upon import of scrap, because if you see import of scrap also world over, around 600 million ton of scrap is being traded, is being used across the globe. But if you see the trading is done only of around 100 million ton only. It means most of the countries, they are using scrap themselves because they want to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. In India also, Niti Aayog has formed 11 committees. And in 11 committees, one of the important committee is circular economy in metal sector, how to do in metal sector covering steel, copper and zinc. And Ministry of Steel was given the responsibility of making a roadmap for circular economy in steel sector. So when we look into this sector, in steel sector itself, lot of opportunities are there where we can promote use of fines, use of overburden, increasing slag, increasing scrap consumption. All those things are there. But again, we have limitations. Like Madam has told, we want to go in a different areas, but everywhere difficulties are there. So today, I just wanted to highlight, because induction furnaces are also playing a major role. And in our this thing today, we have around 1100 induction furnaces and more than around 35 electric arc furnaces. But electric arc furnace, because they are working as a step gap arrangement in this thing sector. So DRI is a product which can be used as a substitute to scrap. And that's why in both the sector, IAF and EAF sector, this becomes an important route. So I have prepared a small presentation, which I would like to share with all of you on this thing. So if you see this like DRI, scrap and EAF steel making, it is a very simple things where we are producing either DRI or we are using scrap, putting into induction furnace or electric arc furnace. Madam has told about the quality of the steel, that quality is an issue. So that's why most of the places people have installed ladle refining furnaces. And in the ladle refining furnace, although it has a cost impact, but it is in a position to meet the quality requirement as per BIS standard. And then we have the dyno stream facilities. So India was the first country who has started making steel through induction furnaces. And when the base thing of the induction furnaces is investment is very, very low, these can be installed anywhere across the country, and it can provide large developmental opportunities. It can create employment. It can utilize the scraps and other things available in that area there only. So much bigger capacities are not required. But with this thing, but what we has been told that there are certain process constraints. So lot of improvements are required in handling the quality issue being faced by this industry. So what are our major challenges in this sector today we are facing? Number one is the non-availability of the raw material. Scrap, I have told that it is not available in adequate quantity. So we have to depend on DRI. When we are using DRI, people are using coal. But coal also, if it is having a high ash coal, that high ash coal give lot of wastage in the DRI, reduce the productivity. That's why most of the DRI plants are importing coal also. But recently in the coal prices has gone very, very high. So they are facing maximum challenges because of the high increase in the coal prices internationally. Nationally, when they are looking for coal supply from Coal India and other things, again, there is a problem. Coal is not available. Coal India is giving priority to the power sector. Steel sector and DRI sector becomes the secondary choice. And that's why production is getting affected. Then we have not bothered much when we have started using DRI. We have not given focus on our R&D efforts. So that's why what we are doing is we are just making crude type of steel and converting into rebars and other things. But other product development we have not seen. What are the other alternatives available with us, where along with the induction furnace, we can utilize other technology also and start producing alloy steels also. Then because of the DRI, everybody knows that energy consumption goes high. It becomes high operating cost, poor margins. Then because of the poor quality of coal, high ash coal, say around 30-40%, your waste generation is very, very high. So at the same time, what we are finding in this sector, there is a lack of availability of adequate trained manpower also. So, and R&D focus could not be brought in this sector. So today, if we see the effect, how this thing, non-availability of the scrap is affecting our operation. If we see any induction furnace, we are using scrap. So we can consume electricity around 500 to 550 units per ton of steel. And we get around 18, 16, 17 heats, and we get a life of refractory life of around 100 to 130 heats. But as soon as we increase our DRI content, DRI is having iron oxide, it is having gangue material, it is having sulfur, it is having phosphorus. And once this thing, induction furnaces are not the refining this thing, these are melting furnaces only. Most of the thing gets transferred into the steel, and it requires additional heat also. So if suppose I am taking an example of 80% DRI plus scrap, we are using 20% scrap we are using, just see the heat per day is reduced to half. Means around from 16 to 18, we reduced to around 9 to 10 only. Means productivity is just half. Life of the refractory also is reduced only so around 100 to 130 to around 40 to 50. And the heat energy requirement goes as high as around 800 to 850. Today, our most of the energy is a coal-based energy. And for producing 1 unit of electricity, we generate around 0.9 kg of carbon dioxide per ton of steel, per ton of power unit. So if we are consuming around 1,000 unit of this thing, it means indirectly we are contributing addition of around 1 ton of carbon dioxide only because of electricity consumption only. Forget about whatever CO2 consumption is there in our DRI production and other things. That's why time has come when we have to see what alternative technology we have to look into it. Whether can we use the renewable power for our electric furnaces, for our induction furnaces, so that whatever this thing CO2 emission is there, those can be contributed and we can protect our climate change, sir. Now, DRI is very simple. Some of the people have installed DRI furnace, but they have not installed, lot of energy is going waste because they have not installed power plant along with this thing. Some people have installed, like when we are having this thing, DRI coming out, it is passing through the rotary cooler. But if it is having a gas-based DRI, then the hot DRI can be directly charged into the electric arc furnace and lot of heat, lot of carbon dioxide emission can be saved. But in this case, we don't have opportunity because we have to remove coal dolo char and coal char from it. So there are opportunities available in this DRI areas also, like can we replace some amount of coal with the gases like natural gas or syngas, whatever is there. Can we ensure 100% heat, whatever is going as a waste in the off gases should be utilized for recovering of the power so that overall carbon dioxide emission is reduced. So every sector we are having. Now IIT Roorkee is there, who has set up a special center for optimizing process of DRI units also. They are working with sponge iron manufacturer associations and other industry also. And in any industry, if they want to use expertise available in modeling their DRI furnace and to optimize the heat and other things, so those facilities also can be utilized. But other waste like dolo char and other things are there, which are very peculiar and need to be handled in these things also. So what are the disadvantages? Because when we are making DRI, we produce a lot of fines of 0 to 2 mm, and these cannot be effectively melted. Second thing is when we are converting only around 30 to 40% of the FU is converted into the iron into the induction furnaces. So there we may have to see whether should we replace induction furnaces with electric arc furnaces so that more and more this thing is there. Part of the sulfur in iron ore, coal and majority phosphorus is passed on these things. 100% this thing induction furnaces cannot use 100% sponge iron. Even when sponge is used, even as I mentioned in my previous slide, that productivity gets reduced to just half, sir. So what are the opportunities? India has large reserve of non-coking coal, but its content is very high. So we have to see how we can ensure that coal is washed before sending it to the DRI units and other things. So the DRI units should not suffer for it. So Coal India or other people, they have to see either they should supply coal from the low S coal or they should put up some washeries. Because DRI plant people cannot put, because they can form a group and can put a washery where it can supply to 3 or 4 DRI units. But individual, it is very, very difficult for an individual DRI unit to install these things there. Around 15% of non-coking coal reserves are available, which are having very low content, less than 20%. So those type of coal blocks can be earmarked and where it can be supplied to the DRI industry. So this can be an opportunity so that our import of coking coal will reduce because we will shift more and more towards these things. Then rotary kiln uses around 30% charge by volume. And so with high S coal, volume gets reduced. So again, it is affecting the productivity. So if we can bring some reforms in our coal sector also, that also can support DRI, and at the same time, it can also help in setting up syngas base, what Madam was telling, syngas base also, because today syngas based technology also are mostly required as content around 30-32% if we want to have an optimum performance. But going with 40-45% ash, it becomes very, very difficult, whether it is a fluidized gasifier or whether it is an entrainment gasifiers, anything you talk, because people generally afraid. Today JSPL have shown if they are mixing different type of coal, they are washing the coal, but ultimately it affects the cost also, sir. Nowadays, new technologies have come. Like one company, Kasi Viswanath Steel is there. They have installed along with the induction furnace, they have installed a furnace called gas oxygen reformer. In gas oxygen reformer, they can remove all the entire sulfur and phosphorus. At the same time, they can add alloying element also. So these type of new technologies like gas oxygen reformer and other things can be used for making alloy steel also. In that case, EAF and IF furnaces can become an integrated, not only for making plain steel, but for making alloy steel and other things also. Although this technology has been developed by some people have installed ladle refining furnace, but what has been seen, the cost of lead refining is quite high. And in comparison to gas oxygen reformer, whatever is there, it's very low. But still, this technology yet to be established along with induction furnaces. Only one unit has installed, but in other places like China, Russia, this technology is operating for not only for making plain steel, but for making alloy steel, stainless steel, and other things. So if we go with that type of experience, we feel that this type of technology, if introduced along with induction furnaces and other things, can play a major role, and this mini steel sector can become a steel supplier of not only plain steel, but of alloy steel also, sir. Ultimately, there are benefits, like if we see from why people are preferring induction furnaces, because there are a lot of advantages in the induction furnaces also. And some of the operating parameters, if you see from the environmental angle, from the melting time angle and other thing angle, induction furnace provides better opportunity. That's why most of the electric arc furnaces, people are not going for electric arc furnaces. They are for the small capacity, they are going for induction. But since we have to make a big expansion from 110 million ton production today to around 255 million ton, this route may not be the most optimum route. We have to see how we can increase, because we have to increase our production by almost double. Induction furnaces DRI unit can be a small additions, but these cannot come in a big way unless we go with a gas-based reduction or a syngas-based reduction. So in time has come when this mini steel sector has to think, if we have to grow along with the country's demand, what we should do. In my opinion, gas-based introduction has to be increased, because our country also is looking how to increase the gas economy from present level of 6% to around 15%. For that, all across the eastern part, gas pipelines are being laid. Syngas, government of Ministry of Coal has formed a new committee where we are looking how we can promote formation of syngas as well as hydrogen also from coal. If those things come, I think we have to think differently also in this sector. So I think when we think, this mini sector can play a major role, and we can create a sustainable and technologically advanced blower, and this can contribute into the steel sector. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you,
Dr. Thank you, Dr. Mukesh Kumar. As clear as always, and you have put that issues in correct perspective for everyone to follow. And you have very rightly brought out the strength of EF and EAF sector, and also what the people we need to do to going ahead. In fact, you have provided the micro detailing of everything. So what I said in the beginning, that you are a stalwart in both ferrous and non-ferrous sector, and I think the audience would agree with me. A big clap for Dr. Mukesh Kumar, please. He has done wonderful for us. Very clearly explaining the micro detailing. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
It's now my privilege to invite Mr. T. Saminathan, CMD, KIOCL, for his address. And as I have not personally met Mr. Saminathan, but what I read in media, he has a vision to make his company a world-class company, and is also looking at how to enhance the pellet utilization capacity of KIOCL in other new areas for KIOCL. Mr. T. Saminathan, please. May I request you to kindly start his address? Thank you, sir. Mr. T. Saminathan, sir.
Mr. Saminathan, can you hear us?
He's there or not there? Please just check.
Yeah,
He's there. He's there.
in the panel.
Sir, Mr. Saminathan, sir, please. I hope I was audible to him.
He was there, but he is muted. Mr. Saminathan, you can
can you hear
unmute
us?
yourself.
Acha, okay.
Yeah, he's there. Yeah.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Mr. Saminathan, may I request you to start your address?
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please.
Yeah, Mr. Saminathan will join another 5 minutes. His line is having some problem.
Okay.
you can continue with the next speaker and he will come and join.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Arun Agrawal is there, Director Mecon, Director Technical Mecon. May I request Dr. Mr. Arun Kumar, Director Technical Mecon, to start his address?
Yes, sir. I am available.
Agrawal sir, let me tell a few lines about your company. Mecon has made a big contribution to the steel industry, and where Mr. Agrawal as Director Technical must have played a very important role. And Mecon has not only limited to steel now, they have diversified to oil and gas, power and infrastructure. And in fact, the motto is that your needs are unique, so are our services. So Mr. Agrawal, you can start your address, please. Thank you.
First of all, good afternoon.
For your wisdom.
To Mr. Nirmalya Mukherjee, Steel and Metallurgy, my all fellow panelists, and Madam Additional Secretary, although he has left, and esteemed audience of this webinar. Let me first express my gratitude to the organizer, Steel and Metallurgy, for giving me an opportunity to share my views on challenges and opportunities in mini steel plants with DRI, scrap, IF, EAF techniques in India. There is no gainsaying of the fact that the role of mini steel plants in contributing to India's steel production has been substantial and praiseworthy. Besides, they are also expected to be a key contributor to the country's steel policy target of reaching 300 million ton capacity by 2030-31. About 1/3 of the capacity has to come from mini steel segment, and production is expected is around 75 million tons. And therefore, it is most befitting that the organizers have chosen this particular topic for webinar, for which I thank them fulsomely. My talk will focus, and I will just show through my presentations. Is it okay? Is it visible? My presentation, is it visible?
Yes, it is visible, but it is not full screen.
Full screen is full screen. Yes. Okay.
Yes, now perfect.
Just I will take you quickly through the various issues related to the mini steel plants. And at times I may be using the word secondary steel sector, but please don't mind, it's not really in literal sense secondary. As Ranjan Saab has also said earlier, that we have somehow a few years back we have done away with the classification of steel plants. So there is nothing like primary or secondary. It's only the size of the plants which really matter. So we'll start with the next one. So if you look at, I will quickly go through the scenario building. If you look at the capacities, the major steel producer, as we know, China happens to be the major, which has share of more than 56%. And India, although be the second largest producer, but the share remains very, very low, 5.3% only in 2020. And other countries, they are closely following India, like Japan and USA. Next. And if we look at the per capita consumption, how it has changed, just because of the last year, because of the COVID, it has fallen from 74.7 to 70 kg in India. But I think this time already there is a tremendous growth in the productions, and hopefully this will even from say 1920 it will cross that figures. But once the impact of the impact of this has been during the COVID period that exports a lot of steel, but then there had been a major share of semi-finished products also. And as we could see that compared to imports, there has been a lot of exports, and a trade surplus of almost 15,000 crores has been obtained. This has been a very pleasant thing, but then this has to come more through the value-added steel rather than from the semi-finished. Now, whatever definitions we may be saying, But essentially, if you look at the mini steel plants, comprises of generally mini blast furnaces, sponge iron units, standalone, sometimes beneficiation and pellet units, then electric arc furnaces, induction furnaces, then mills, then there are standalone pipe plants, steam plate producers, wire drawing units, and there can be combinations of these few units also. Now, as we have been saying, unlike integrated steel plants who have the compulsions of locating themselves near to the raw material deposits or maybe near to the sea on the coastal side, but these small steel plants, they have the flexibility that they can be located in the major consumer areas and where they can meet the local demands. If the local raw materials are available, they can be set up there. So they can be very handy to meet the local demands and local markets, and that is the reason you can see that the Orissa, as Madam has also said, happens to be the first one in terms of capacity, and how the concentrations of secondary steel, this mini steel producers all are there in the states like Maharashtra, CG, and she was saying about the 14 states. So almost all these states are being covered. And as we see now that approximately 37% steel is being contributed by the mini steel plants, and almost 63% is coming. But if we say from the route wise, then the difference will be definitely there. And but as in the 3031, as per national steel policy, the share of mini steel will further going to come down to around 30%. But then in absolute value, definitely it will be very high. Now, if you see the how the contributions of secondary sector, that means the mini steel plants that has come, and it has reached to almost 41 million tons in 1920. Next. And these are the in the mini steel category, these are the units which we have seen that this is the as per JPC data, blast furnaces, sponge iron. And but if you see largely the capacity utilizations, the capacity utilization has not been very high. Generally, it has been low, even in sponge iron units, blast furnaces, and even electric arc furnaces and induction furnaces. Although our working capacity remains very high, but in terms of production, it's not that substantial. And this is the growth pattern between the large players and the mini steel categories. If you see that in between the mini steel categories, which is in the red color, that they had grown higher during this 2012, 13, 14, or 14, 15, but subsequently its growth has come down, and almost now it is both are, even the integrated and this both are almost trying to merge. And this is the route wise share of the different of this capacities. The 44% is coming from the larger players, and this 28% is from the electric arc furnace and the induction furnaces. Now I will be these are the basically various issues. There are different issues connected with the this mini steel plants, and those issues, I think there are some issues which have been touched by our previous speakers, but I will also like to touch certain things. Now, actually, if you see the major issues, if I divide it into few areas in mini steel plants, one of the issues is technical. Then there are managerial issues. Then there are skill-related issues, and there is R&D and technology-related issues. Now, if you see in the technology, the technical issues, many of the plants they are carrying out with the obsolete, inefficient, and in terms of quality technologies. Then there has not been a product diversification. They are largely, because 66% of the products which they come out is largely TMT bars. So mostly they are in the long product segment, and there are limitations on the economies of scale. Most of the units are very small or medium size, and dominantly they are family owned, And because of that family-owned business, sometimes there are problems of that long-term entrepreneurial outlook, that is the managerial aspects, and the kind of professionalism which integrated steel producers normally display or should be there. That kind of absence is also there in many of the cases, and there is lack of cohesion because generally this industry is largely fragmented, although geographically widespread. And there are skill problems definitely because you will find lack of really adequate skilled manpower is not there, and there is a difference in casual approach also. They have been casual in hiring highly skilled manpower, and lack of incentives and motivations. These are the things. Then there is a poor R&D spending because hardly they spend on R&D, and their inclination towards adopting modern technologies, that also seems to be low. So these are the basically the issues which are with them. Next. No, I will go ahead. Yes, I will. These are the future. Go back. Go further. No, go further. Yes. These are the actually some of the technologies which can be adopted for a development of these mini steel sectors. One is the adoption of indigenously and globally developed steel making technologies, that is, which is new scrap creating based technologies. A lot of technologies are there. One of them is the eco arc, which is claimed to be giving low electricity consumption and high productivity and has good features. Then one of the things, opportunities which they have is that they are generally not in too much in the value-added steel grades. Now the PLI scheme of the government is also there to incentivize these things. So these mini steel sectors can definitely get into this kind of value-added steel grades. And as has been said rightly by my previous speaker, that because of the scrap being used here, so carbon footprint is definitely lower. It's more towards the green technologies compared to BF route. And somehow the process control and automation system, they need to little bit, because right now that advanced process control automation system that is lacking. Probably that will definitely help in improving the different parameters and improving the economics of the plants also. And that is high technology and modern units. We want to say that recently, Danieli, they have come up with a small capacity mills, also mini mills, say 0.3 million ton capacity, which has all the modern features and which can give you a product of being in a small mini plants. You can get the very good quality product. Now, the mini steel plants have another opportunity is that largely they are catering to the local and domestic markets, but they have an opportunity is to go for the export markets also, because and that can only be done if they produce quality products and the products, particularly the value-added steel products, which are in demand in export markets. And besides that, there are a lot of value-added steel which are being imported in the country, and so they have an opportunities to do import substitution for that also. So these are the things which are the opportunities for them. Now this is with regard to certain technology like induction furnaces. As now the sizes of the induction furnaces have increased. Now we can have as high as 50 tons induction furnaces with high frequency or medium frequency type. And there are now the improvements in lining of the furnaces, whether it is a magnesia based or sometimes now neutral lining has also been being used, which has a good resistance to erosion. So that is saving on the cost. And then there is a chance of some phosphorus control also up to 0.04%. And by usage of the molten synthetic slag or addition of calcium oxide and magnesium oxide, along with in addition with DRI, or improving the oxygen potentials. So these type of things they lead to dephosphorylation level of almost 82%. And now in the large size furnaces, as I said, 50 tons are coming. Many of these mini steel plants have adopted for this, and now this level 1, level 2 automations also should be there, and there should be a endeavor to go for value-added production. So all this will lead to the utilizations and achieve the efficiency, and it will meet the standards, the BIS standards. Now this is basically comparison of the electric arc furnaces, how the development, because electric arc furnaces have their own role to play, particularly with respect to cleanliness of the steel. And but if you see, if we compare with the international benchmark, many of the parameters which in India we are achieving, they are far short of the international benchmark. So what is important is optimizations of the facilities with all kinds of parameters, that they are very important, and therefore we have to see not only from the energy consumption point of view, but also in terms of various pollutants, in terms of waste utilizations, in terms of productivity, and in terms of, and all these things will ultimately come in the form of, say, reduced tap to tap time or reduced power consumptions and all these things. And these are the some of the things which have been practiced in electric arc furnaces, like oxy fuel burners and mechanized DRI. Recently, the mini mill the foamy slag practice, and then the scrap preheating is one of the things. So these are the new practices which some of them are following, and many of them are yet to follow this. So this is definitely going.
At least we should air now.
Tap to tap time, refining and productivity, and this will also reduce the environmental impact in terms of GHG emissions and NOx emissions. These are the current innovations which says that EAF steel making, you can reduce specific power consumptions to up to 280, 300, and tap to tap time can be reduced to say 40-45 minutes with the modification in furnace design. And electrode consumptions can also be brought down, and this will improve the quality of the steel as well as range of steel products which can be made through this. And regarding several new scrap preheating, I have already touched about, so I am not going to, like generally like EcoArc, which has been developed by JP Steel Plant. Similarly, Primetals have developed EAF Quantum, and then SMS has this Shark and Corn Steel from Renova, and Denali Quick Melt, Q Melt from Denali. So these type of technologies are there. Now, presently, as I was saying, that there is a emphasis on the micro mill, which is a direct casting and rolling product-based concept, and it can give a very low output of that 0.25 to 3, suiting to mini steel plants, and it can convert the local scrap into finished products of a very high quality, and I think this type of concept needs to be encouraged in India, because this would be a cost-effective alternative to large integrated steel producers, and this has been patented by Denali, Danmita and Primetals have patented WinLink, and the advantages are the capex advantages of direct casting rolling, less equipment than the conventional process, the smaller infrastructure, and the OPEX advantages and environmental advantages are also there. Besides, the reduced storage space is required, then quality is really superb, shorter construction time, and fast ramp-up time. These are some of the areas which I think Madam was referring, and Mr. Mukesh Kumar was also referring, that we have issues of raw material in terms of availability, in terms of quality, particularly on the coal sides, because then there are issues of power, because cost of power is also one of the issues, and then renewable sources of power to have the green based technologies. And then financing has also been one of the things, because this type of mini steel plants, they have not been getting that kind of finance, and the cost of capital is also very high. Then in the land side and the logistics, which affects everybody, but logistics has been a problem. But a lot of efforts are being made for infrastructure development, and there are skill and the connection between industry, academia, and the centralized, testing laboratories, and then the concepts of coming up industry clusters as in being tried in Kalinganagar. These are some of the issues. Then regarding steel, the quality of the steels and the technology tie-ups, these are some of the issues related to the trade side. So next. So lastly, I will try to recommend that we should have a separate institutional mechanism to address the R&D needs of the, this mini steel categories or MSMEs or SMEs, whatever we may call in the country. And there, the SRTMI, I think they have a role. It has been established, and they could have a separate wing which can be exclusively dedicated to secondary steel sector. Secondly, few years back we had prepared a report for institute like Biju Patnaik National Institute, which is located in Puri, that should be upgraded to a national center of excellence in a separate location, Bhubaneswar, which can additionally meet the R&D needs of these mini steel producers in Odisha, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh region. And there has been, earlier there has been a committee which was formed in Ministry of Steel to look at the, to conduct a technology audit of the entire mini steel, producers plants, and to understand what is the current state of technology adoption, what is the technology gap there, and what should be the roadmap. Because unless and until they work with the latest technology, they upgrade constantly their plants, they will not be able to compete in the market. So what is important is that this type of audit and some kind of regular practice has to be done. Then there is a need that mini steel, they should also enlarge their basket of product mix. Largely they are concentrated in TMT bars, maybe some wire drawings and other things, but they should now diversify into the flat category also. There is a demand we have seen for the production of a narrow width up to say 600 millimeter HR, and in the medium structures, size structure also 0.3 to 0.4 million ton capacity. So they get into this. In fact, Macon is already, in the discussions with one of the, designer of the mini steel plant. We are ready to, develop drawings and basic engineering for giving this mill design to the designer who is basically experts in the long product category. Then more and more, I would say that there has been a quality issues, and one of the reasons has been that mini steel plants have been rather reluctant to have secondary refining units. So there is a need that they should have, everybody should have these secondary refining units to produce value-added steels. They can still have a premium grade steels. They can adopt, AOD and other, Cgen degassing units to produce, more quality steels. Then one of the things with the sponge iron industry has been that they have been, whatever grade of whatever grade of iron ore they get, they simply produce the sponge iron. Ultimately, it has to be the steel making. There, the things get penalized because you have a lot of gang and a lot of power is unnecessarily used, and steel quality also gets affected because of the inclusions. So what we will suggest that there is a standard BIS standards where grade of sponge iron is also mentioned. So basically, instead of using a lower grade sponge iron, there should be stress on the beneficiation and pelletizations using inferior grade, and they should produce. Because right now, whatever pellets are being produced in the country, they are mostly blast furnace grade pellets, and they should produce rather minimum Fe 65% pellets, and that can only be done if we adopt a proper beneficiation technology and go to the pelletization to produce that kind of pellets, so that we have a high quality sponge iron and we are going to have less cost at the steel making stage. So we will get higher yield also. We will have all these benefits of reduced inclusions and reduced power consumptions, as well as lower cost. On the technology side, I would say these because these coal-based DR plants, we all know they are highly polluting. They have all the all the issues of high energy consumptions, pollutions, CO2 emissions are very high, and the product quality is not very good. So all the issues are there with them, but these issues can be tackled if they go for gas-based sponge and plants of shaft type micro modules, which are coming in the 2,50,000 to 3 lakh ton per year capacity using natural gas. Now natural gas infrastructure is being spread throughout the country, and most of them will get somewhere near their locations natural gas pipelines going, so they can make use of it, or wherever CBM is available, or as now there is a renewed interest on coal gasification, synthesis gas. If some kind of synthesis gas network at the local level is created, so that can also be used, because we have seen using Indian coal synthesis gas cost is coming around $5 to $6 per million BTU, which is considering the market price of the coal. If somebody gets a captive coal mine, definitely this cost will further come down. So that is an economical way of doing it. Only problem is the natural gas cost. Unless natural gas cost comes down, probably this adoption of this will be difficult. But they have all the advantages, whether it is a space or quality or yield, productivity or energy consumptions or even greater environmental compatibility. So I think this is a very, very important aspect for the mini steel categories. And these type of plants require pellets or lumper. They should be of high Fe. So that is why I was saying about pelletizations. And eco arc, I think new technology. We have already talked about 100% preheating of scrap. But I think along with the scrap, some amount of if we use gas-based briquetted, hot briquetted iron, that can be also probably used here, and which will definitely have a lot of advantages. Second thing is second thing, you will see some of the integrated steel plants, they have adopted grand shot technologies for casting of coat peaks. Whenever they are finding difficulties in taking that metal to the steel side. So, but the old concept of having PCM, instead of PCM, because grand shot will take much lesser space, and the product which you can get is in the form of the granules, which are very easy to handle, and it dissolves very easily in arc furnace or blast or BOF, and gives very good yield. So I think this is one technology which your mini steel plants, wherever they have blast furnaces, they can think of adopting it. And besides this, the hot charging of semi-finished card product, when many of the cases they have developed, but we have seen that probably the rolling temperature, they don't get the right rolling temperature, and that somehow affects the quality. So in between, induction furnace is being proposed for the temperature control and temperature stabilizations prior to rolling, so that to yield a consistent product quality. And I would also like to say, because there has been earlier few years there has been efforts that there should be a common state-of-the-art laboratory testing facilities in different locations like Raipur and Bhiwadi, Rajasthan. So I think this initiative has to be again taken up, and these facilities have to come, because many of the mini steel producers, they are small producers, they will not be able to afford very high grade and all kinds of testing facilities. So if these things come up, then this will definitely meet the requirement of the central, northern and western region, eastern regions. And then and secondly, as I said, there should be an effort to mini steel plants to move towards premium product, and particularly for the development of the alloy steels of different grades, and with a focus on exports. So this will definitely yield them a better remunerations, and it will also help, as the government is also looking through their this PLI based specialty steel scheme, that new capacity should be created, and the country should become self-sufficient, and country should avoid import of specialty steels. Then, as I said, there should be focus from the local domestic market to market abroad. So that effort is, along with the earlier one, that effort is there, and there should be also MOS should also take initiatives with the help of BIS to promote and educate this acceptance of BIS mark product. But many a times I have seen that somebody says, okay, we have made the BIS quality. But internationally, if you see, they always exceed the quality which is specified in the standards. So I think our motto should be always exceeding the what is written in the standards. So that will definitely build up our credentials at international level, and our products will be easily accepted. Next. So in the end, I would say, prioritizing the scrap DRI based steel plant in India in line of the modern mini mills, modern concept will definitely boost the competitiveness of the mini steel sector, and more R&D initiatives, technology, support. In fact, there was a talk that technology fund should be created by government to support this small mini steel sector with a soft kind of loan funding. So that type of effort is required for sustained, competitiveness of this kind of sector, and there is a need because this sector, there is strategic and plant restructuring with the government support and government's, proactiveness. So I think all these efforts will definitely create a new normal for the nation's self-reliant interest because there is so much focus and the focus on high quality steel making. And with these efforts, I think our this mini steel uh, sectors will also become not only nationally competitive but globally competitive. I will just end my this talk with a just example. When I went to Germany a few years back, there I found that all SMEs, they were generally focused on one or two products, and they focus in such a way with all kinds of research and technological support that products become internationally accepted. So they compete like that. So one of the product one SME was coming up with was Rudilit, which is a basically titanium based products which are being charged in the blast furnaces to increase the half life. So that is the kind of things they were, focusing. Instead of focusing in too many areas, they were always focusing on some unique product which will have international value and international competitiveness. So I think our, mini steel plants should have that kind of focus, and they should diversify and try to be as competitive, adopting all the modern means of production. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Agrawal. That was a refreshing and comprehensive presentation. As I said at the beginning, you go by the motto that your needs are diverse, so are our solutions. Thank you for enlightening for each and every point of yours. Was so comprehensive. I think it needs detailing, and Ministry of Steel definitely will sit up and take notice of your recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Agrawal. And I think we don't have much time to deliberate on this. I think my colleague, Mr. Rajesh Vijayvargiya, in the end will definitely sum up your points. You have raised very, very valid points, how the sector can progress from micro detailing, from raw material. In fact, you have been given the part of skilling. Very few people touch the skilling part in a technical presentation. So you have done really wonders. Thanks a lot. Your presentation was really detailed, and we believe you will share a copy with the participants so they can benefit from this. Thank you, Mr. Agrawal. Thank you. Now, my next speaker will be Mr. T. Swaminathan, Chairman and Managing Director of KIOCL. I have not met him personally, but I believe he has a vision to make his company world class from the media statements from which I keep reading from time to time. Mr. Swaminathan, please. Thank you. May I request Mr. Swaminathan, Chairman KIOCL, to start his address?
Mr. Swaminathan, can you hear us?
No, he had given a message in the beginning that he is somewhere in the middle that he wants to join.
Yes, he's joining as a panelist, I think.
Yes, Mr. Swaminathan.
Yes, he has joined the panel. I think now he will be able to start. Mr. Swaminathan, can you hear us now? Hello. I think he's still having connection issues.
Am I audible?
Yes, perfect. Yes, we can hear you now and see you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. It is my pleasure to be here to briefly give about my views on the mini steel plants using DRI scrap in the induction furnace and electric furnace technologies. I think I am basically from the mining and beneficiation and pelletization mining industry. So I will be more concentrating on the sponge which is being used on the induction furnace and electrical arc furnace. See, though since independence we were having only 1 million ton and today we are having 142 million tons capacity steel plants. Our GDP is contributing the steel industry about 2%. And it is necessary that to achieve the 300 million tons capacity, the basic raw materials like scrap and the pellets, which are to be really addressed in the current scenario. In India, 92.5 million tons capacity, we have pellet plant. And right now we are using only 75%, that is only we are producing 63 million tons of pellets. Out of which maybe 15-20% it is going for export. But still there are surplus capacity to be utilized for the sponge units, these pellets. So one side people are telling pellets are not available, but other side the pellet industries are not being utilized properly. 25% capacity is unutilized and maybe about 20% we are exporting, but it is also can be used in the domestic market. As already my colleague, Mecon friend has already explained the detailed usage of pellets, how it can be beneficial in the blast furnace as well as the mini steel plants. Pellet has a various advantage in terms of reducing the greenhouse gas emission. And it is increasing the productivity. And it gives a quality steel. And it is easy for transportation. Unlike your a sinter plant, you have to have your own pellet sinter plant there. Whereas pellets, one country to other country, one place to other place, easily it can be transportable. And it has a very good advantage in the steel manufacturing units. You have flexibility, you can get it from anywhere. And the benefits in steel making is immense. And because of these reasons, these pellets can be considered currently is the important source of raw material. Though we are not much geared up for using the scrap, we have just started with the national scrap policy also recently, and we are coming up with how to better utilize the scraps available within India. I think a lot of automobile scraps are being generated, and it will take time to come to that stage because steel being circular industry. It will take a lot of time to come back to usage of entirely the scrap items in the electric arc furnace or the induction furnace. But whereas the pellets, which is the right now it is available, abundantly we have the iron ore fines. Whenever we mine, 70% is iron ore fines, which has to be necessarily consumed by beneficiating and making pellets. So now Government of India, the mining policy also says any mine should have a beneficiation plant at the mine site. So only the issue is that mining, beneficiation and pelletization is a capital intensive industry. So which requires capital investment to be invested, and so that this can be utilized fully, the low grade ores can be made pellets, and it can be converted into BF grade pellets or DR grade pellets only by way of beneficiation. So the beneficiation industry and pellet industry needs a boost from the government, which already they address in the national steel policy that in the coming days we should start using the pellets in the blast furnace as well as in the mini steel plant. So that is the reason we being a mining industry can contribute more in terms of reducing the CO2 and also improving the quality of steel in the coming days. So maybe after 30 to 40 years down the line, the iron ore fines, which may be available abundantly today, So across the world, all developing countries, they are moving towards the scrap because already they exhausted. And they have come to a stage where the entire steel can be recycled in the circular economy, and they can make and produce the steels. But in India, we are developing countries. We have abundantly iron ore finds, which has to be necessarily to be consumed inside. It also can be given to outside. If we don't consume within period of next 30 to 40 years, then we'll be thrown. Maybe our natural resources cannot be utilized in a proper way. So at this juncture, I think this topic of using this sponge and scrap in the mini steel plants is very encouraging, and we should more and more demonstrate and how it can be used. This convert this into sponge. And India being it is only 40 to 50%, we are in the mini steel plant where MSMEs are there. MSME, because we are only surviving with the MSMEs industries in India majority. So I hope in the days to come, government is also giving a lot of supports for the MSME, and the lot of quality control measures are taken by the government initiatives. And only the manufacturers or the steel producer has to produce a steel and use the raw material which is required to produce a better quality steel and be competitive in the inside domestic market as well as in the export market. We are being a second largest producer of steel. We have plenty of capacity to use within India. Right now, the 74 per capita consumption, we have a lot of scope to reach up to 160, 200 in the days to come. So steel plays a major role in the economic development, for which in the producing steel with a better quality and reduce the carbon emission, the pellet route at the present, beneficiation and pellet route is the viable option available to meet balanced way. You can meet the quality as well as the reduce the emission norms, and we can be competitive in the global market, so that this will be of very much useful in the coming days. So with this, I think I'll thank the Steel and Metallurgy Group for giving an opportunity to share my views. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swaminathan, for your enlightening address. You rightly touched upon the use of pellets and how the steel industry can benefit from the more utilization of pellets. And you also touched upon the scope of steel industry right from starting from the independence and today. Thank you very much. I think your address will go in a long way to for the benefit of the induction arc furnace, electric arc furnace, and Ministry of Steel will also take notice of your suggestion.
Thank you.
We will have your recommendation reached to the Ministry of Steel. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singhal, for wonderfully.
End of our inaugural session, and I think we had a very interesting and enlightening discussion, starting from Mr. Ranjan until Mr. Swaminathan, and I think I hand over the session to Mr. Ankit Mukherjee to take it forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singhal. You have wonderfully conducted the inaugural session. So we will now move on to the technical session of our webinar today. The technical session will be moderated by Dr. Ramin Datta, consultant SRTMI. And before we begin with the session, we will have a few corporate videos by our steel sponsors. Starting, so we will have corporate videos by BSRM, Electrotherm India, Dalmia OCL, and HNK Rolling Mill Engineers Private Limited. So I will start playing the videos, and then I will hand it over to Dr. Datta. So our first video is by BSRM.
We were born out of fire. We were there when the seed of Bangladesh was first planted in the nation's mind in 1952. We built homes, factories, and cities. We built the largest monuments, one after another. We touched 1 million lives and gave birth to stories of progress and happiness. We believe in making every inch of our steel with utter meticulousness, integrity, and hard work. That's our secret of producing world-class steels. We grow every day. We get better and better, ensuring strength, sustainability, and safety. The journey that started with a spark has become an eternal flame in our hearts. And it keeps us pushing the boundaries of excellence. We are BSRM, building a safer nation.
Our next corporate video is by Electrotherm India.
Electrotherm is a fast-growing conglomerate with a burgeoning presence in engineering and projects, steel making, ductile iron pipes, electric vehicles, renewable energy, transmission line towers, education, and aviation. Across 30 years, Electrotherm has achieved several technological milestones of providing innovative solutions for the steel and foundry industry around the world. From developing the first 3-ton induction melting furnace in 1984 to manufacturing the largest 50-ton furnace in 2012. Today, Electrotherm has emerged as the single source for multiple equipment and solutions for steel, foundry, and precision engineering with international quality accreditations and authorization for CE marking. The backbone of Electrotherm's continuous development is its in-house engineering and design center. A large pool of expert engineers are engaged in developing technologies, products, and processes for making continuous improvements for the steel industry. The manufacturing facilities, with multiple dedicated units, practice lean manufacturing methods based on the Six Sigma principles. The DNA of Electrotherm is continuous innovation. Its state-of-the-art R&D center is accredited by the Government Department of Science and Technology and is manned by over 300 experienced engineers. Leveraging its vast experience, Electrotherm is rapidly innovating cutting-edge technologies and environment-friendly processes.
Now we will have the corporate video by Dalmia OCL.
Dalmia OCL has been part of industrialization of India. Refractory is the core need for any metal to be made, for that matter even cement and glass. And we have been in operation since last 65 years. And we have gone through and seen every change which has happened in the steel and cement technology in India. when customer comes to us, he does not need to go to multiple other companies. With such wide range of products, we can be the one-stop service provider for all their needs.
We design your refractories for you, we produce it, we send it to you, and our people stand there to install it for you, and then we guarantee the performance.
In refractory company, one thing which is unique is that we are in our customers' manufacturing process, and customers are continuously innovating. So our ability to be able to sync ourselves with the changes in the customer's manufacturing process is extremely important. And that is something which we do extremely well. We have 5 manufacturing units in India. We have 3 mines in India. We have more than 100 people servicing our customers in different locations in all their plants.
If any manufacturer has a mine as a backward integration, that is the definitely advantage. I have inventory, and if I require, I can move my inventory in no time. So that is the advantage which we can pass to the customer.
Over the last few years, we have outgrown our competition in India, and we have now the fastest growing refractory company. Internationally, we are looking at M&A opportunities as our route to growth. We believe that combination of India's low-cost manufacturing, Europe's high technology availability, and learnings which we can bring from Europe to India gives us a unique advantage to service our customers better.
Seven made some exploration of the market, but there was absolutely no doubt that Daimler was the only one which could fulfill our requirements, our expectations in terms of innovation, in terms of attitude, in terms of being projected into the future.
The other way we are looking at M&A is that we go outside of India, acquire companies which have good service infrastructure, and sell our products to international customers.
With the acquisition of GSB Germany, our customer base will definitely increase. You know, Europe is the cradle of steel making in the world, so the experience that these gentlemen bring is stupendous.
European customers are really excited about the Dalmia-OCL alliance. Additionally, the refractory users in Europe look at India as an alternative geographic source to evade the dependency on China. The larger product range of Dalmia-OCL, which includes the silica bricks and the isostatic products and the ladle solution, gives customers a complete new set of solutions that will add value to them.
So next 5 years is going to be very, very exciting. Our major thrust in the coming few years is going to be a digital intervention on end-to-end business processes, starting from client-facing activities to mid office to back office to supply side activities.
We believe that as center of gravity for steel and cement making shifts towards India, so will refractory production. And Dalmia-OCL is in a great position to build on that opportunity, as we have very strong history and experience to capitalize as this shift happens. I think our team is all charged up or all fired up, as the slogan we use in our company, to make sure that Dalmia-OCL becomes one of the top refractory companies in the world.
And now we will have our last corporate video for today by H&K India.
H&K Rolling Mill Engineers Private Limited, through Thermex technology, transformed the Indian market by introducing the concept of quenched and self-tempered rebars. India's first high-strength, high-ductility rebar was produced 27 years ago in 1991 at Durgapur Steel Plant of Sale, using the patented Thermex quenching and self-tempering technology of HSE Germany. Rolled from the very first billet, Rajkumar Markan, founder of H&K India, effortlessly showcased India's first Fe 500 rebar with elongation of 18 to 25%, ideal for India's high seismic hazard areas. Today, all construction designs factor in seismic or earthquake activity. But H&K introduced India to rebars specifically suited for seismic zones way back in 1990s through Thermex QST technology. After Durgapur Steel Plant, Steel Authority of India immediately ordered Thermex for its Bhilai Steel Plant. Quenched and self-tempered Thermex rebars satisfied all requirements of civil engineers. They ended the decades-old Indian practice of using cold-twisted deformed or CTD bars or Tor steel. Thermex is a licensed technology. Thermex license is issued to every rolling mill with a Thermex system. These licensees are required to produce rebars as per strict Thermex norms and are also subject to regular quality audit by Thermex engineers. The proprietary Thermex QST system is placed after the last rolling mill stand. On completion of rolling, the bar temperature is around 1000 degrees centigrade. A short, intensive but very precise inline cooling is imparted to the rolled sultans for government and private projects. For large integrated rolling mills producing 50,000 tons per month to smaller mills producing 5,000 tons per month. Thermex, making in India since 1985. 18 million tons of Indian rebars. Over 260 project installations. One technology with hundreds of licensees. Thermex, India's #1 choice.
So with that, we end our corporate video display session. And once again, I would like to thank all our sponsors for supporting us at this event. And I would request Dr. Ramin Datta to take the session forward. Over to you, Dr. Datta. Dr. Datta, you're muted.
Thank you, Ankit.
Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. Let me welcome you all to the technical session on mini steel plants, challenges and opportunities, specifically through the DRI, scrap, EAF and IF sector route. As you are all aware, the total production through the mini steel route today is around 40 million tons, approximately 40% of our total steel production. And most of these steel products are basically routed to the construction sector. Now, this technical session will basically address some of the major issues that are posing on the steel sector, on the mini steel sector, with respect to its sustainability, growth, and future outlook of this sector. And these issues include raw material security, cost effectiveness, quality of the product, which includes introduction of new energy efficient and high productive technologies, operational efficiency of the system, of the technologies, retrofitting of these new technologies into the existing system is another major issue that needs to be addressed in this technical session. And finally, reduction of GHG emission, carbon dioxide emission. So I'm sure these issues will be deliberated during this session. And we have 10 panelists, 10 speakers in this. Each of these speakers will be provided 10 minutes of time to make the presentations. And followed by this presentation, we'll have one or two questions will be taken up from the participants. for question and answers. So my request to the participants is, please put your submit your questions in the Q&A box, and please mention your name and to whom it has been addressed, and we'll take it up at the end of each of these presentations. Now the first presentation today will be by Radhika Markan, Managing Director, H&K Rolling Mill Engineers Private Limited, and she is basically from the H&K Group, which video we just now saw, and they are the first technology providers for this thermomechanically treated rebars in the country, and which was first introduced at Durgapur Steel Plant, as we just now saw. And it has, if I may say so, revolutionized the art of thermomechanical treated rebars in our country, and with excellent combination of strength, ductility, bendability, and weldability properties, which we never had before the introduction of this technology in 1991. So, Madam Markan, please start your presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Datta. I hope everybody can hear me. My name is Radhika Markan, and I work in H&K India, the company which is popularly known for its flagship brand Thermex. I am known in the steel industry as a non-engineer woman working in a male-dominated and engineering-based industry. So my knowledge, like I said earlier at the beginning of this webinar, is somewhat smaller compared to what all the stalwarts here have to share. My knowledge comes from what I see, what I hear, and what I sense, and what I experience in my line of work, which is related to the Thermex technology. Now, what is it that I have seen in my line of work? The last 2 years have been very good for the steel industry, that all of us know. And this is despite challenges of COVID, despite challenges that are posed during the regular, monsoon cyclical phase, despite challenges of climbing raw material prices, and despite the fact that even though the government of India has a focus, a policy, and an approach to encourage use of recycled material, yet scrap-based units face immense obstacles to sell their rebars in government projects, in infrastructure projects. But despite all these challenges that I have listed, I have found that the last few years have been very good for the steel industry. And I also see a bright future for the steel industry. Now, why am I saying that? I'm saying that based on what I experienced in my line of work at Thermex. So increasingly what I have noticed is that there is a very clear surge, a very clear preference for Thermex technology. I am seeing more and more rolling mills bank on Thermex to improve their saleability and their profitability. Some hard facts to corroborate what I am saying. In 2018, our company received 34 project orders. 34 project orders in 2018. This number climbed to 55 in 2019. In 2020, when COVID happened, the number changed to 45. But COVID year 2020, the state of Maharashtra was shut for three months because of lockdown. We had 3 months of lockdown in Maharashtra, whereas North India had around 2 months. So effectively, we were working or operational for 9 months in the year 2020. And in that year, we got 45 project orders. Now in 2021, to date, which is 24th September, we have already bagged 56 project orders. There are still 3 months left to complete this year, and we have 56 project orders. 2 months of this year was spent in lockdown. So effectively, we have had 7 months of operations. And in 7 months, we have bagged these 56 orders, which is at an average of 8 orders per month. Where are these numbers coming from, and what is fueling this demand, this surge for Thermex? The way I look at it, what I have understood and what I have analyzed is there are three factors. Conversion orders, new territories, and demand from smaller mills. Now, what are these conversion orders? I have said this many times in the past few years. A rolling mill has a quenching system. It has some system, not Thermex, but some other system. It has spent money on that system. It has operated that system for a period of years. Its workers have got used to that system. And yet, it converts that system to a Thermex system. We this year will be replacing 17 such non-Thermex systems. And I would like to reiterate, we still have 3 months to go. So 30% of our order book this year is conversion orders. Rolling mills that have an existing system but are switching over to Thermex. Now, why would somebody do that? I see it as 4 factors, 4 reasons. One is Thermex is a precise technology. It is not a copycat technology. It is not a Jugadu mill worker technology. Thermex can be commissioned by the rolling of just 1 or 2 billets. Because it is a precise technology, it also gives you uniform properties. It also ensures very high ductility irrespective of the grade. We entered India, we gave India its first Fe 500 grade bar, which was in 1991 in Durgapur steel plant. We are in 2021, 30 years down the line. The demand is now for 550 grade, for 600 grade, and mills are even demanding 650 grade. But in Thermex, you will find that whether you switch from 500 to 550 to 600, even 650, the ductility still remains high. You're getting elongation values of 20 to 15% in higher grade rebars. So it's for these 4 reasons that people switch over to Thermex. Uniform properties, high ductility, precise technology, and it is very easy for the worker to use. It's very user-friendly. What does a mill worker have to do in a Thermex plant? He has to ensure that the water is on. That is it. There is nothing more that is required for him to fit, retrofit, trial and error. No, that's not required with Thermex. So it's because of these 4 reasons that we find a lot of rolling mills switching over to Thermex. That's, like I said, this year, our order book, 30% comprises of conversion orders. So number 1 reason which is fueling the growth of Thermex is conversion orders. The second I said was new territories. Last year, 2020, when COVID struck the world, it was in that year that HNK India made in India a German-designed Thermex equipment system and exported it to North America. The panelists here on this, the esteemed panelists on this platform would know how difficult it is to break into the North American market. But with God's grace, our team did it in a COVID year. We supplied Thermex equipment to United States of America, to the state of Texas, CMC Knoxville. In similar fashion, we entered more markets, other markets also. So we have entered Middle East. We have 4 project orders in Saudi Arabia. We have 1 order which is getting exported to Iraq. We also have a robust presence in Africa, and we are building on that presence. We're expanding our reach, our access in the African market. Typically, we had a lot of systems, Thermex systems in East Africa, in Central Africa, some in South Africa also. But now we are expanding to Western Africa. We are exporting systems to Senegal. We are exporting our quenching systems to Ivory Coast. So this has been our expansion in the global arena. We are also expanding in India. As many of you know who have tracked the growth, the history of Thermex, you know that Thermex was not allowed to offer systems in North India because of contractual obligations. That territory opened up for us only some 3 years ago. We are now supplying, seeing interest and receiving firm orders from many North Indian states, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh. We have even made a debut in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. And it's not just North India, it's also South India. We are seeing a good demand, and we are expecting a hub to be developed in Kerala for Thermex. I'd like to share with my seniors here that 3 months ago, we received an inquiry from the southern state of Kerala. 3 months down the line, we have 5 projects under various stages of execution in Kerala. This rapid growth is giving us a little of optimism that Kerala would soon convert to Thermex in a substantial way and become a hub. And we are keeping our fingers crossed on that. The third factor, the third reason which is fueling the growth for Thermex is the demand from smaller capacity mills. Many of you would have seen Thermex in mills that are producing over 10,000 tons per month, in mills that are producing 35 tons per month. Mahalakshmi Vardha, Rajuri, SRJ Pitti, Electro Steel, which is now got over by Vedanta. Mills that are producing on an average 40,000 tons per month. You see Thermex there. You see Thermex in high-speed mills. You see Thermex in multi-strand mills. But in the last year, I would say 15 months, we have started receiving inquiries and firm orders, interest from mills with very small production capacity, mills that are only producing 3,000 tons per month. Even they are opting for Thermex. It is for these 3 reasons that I am seeing a clear surge for Thermex. It is for these 3 reasons that I'm seeing people investing in a Thermex technology vis-a-vis some of the, how would I say, cheaper local technologies available. And it is this spirit of investment which I see clearly in the steel industry, which makes me believe that the steel industry in general and the rebar industry in particular is headed for a bright future, for good times. But I do not want to sound pompous, arrogant, or even dynastic. We cannot rest on our laurels. We have a day to celebrate that we have broken records and got so many orders, and that's great. It's very encouraging for the team, but we cannot rest on our laurels. So already we have initiated research to improve the efficiency of Thermex. I cannot share much at this stage because, like I said, we've started the research. R&D is going on. Trials will begin soon. But what I can leave my senior colleagues, my esteemed colleagues with is look out for 2 phrases. Look out for these 2 phrases in the months to come. Thermex Gold and Thermex Platinum. I'm sure you'll hear more of this in the near future. In a nutshell, in conclusion, I want to say we are very optimistic. Good times ahead for the steel industry. And I want to thank also my brother Nirmala Mukherjee for giving me this illustrious platform to air my views. I want to thank Dr. Datta for giving me an opportunity to share my experience and what we are going through in Thermex. I know it is a little different from what you had in mind and what you wanted to talk about in this session. But like I said, my knowledge that I share with you is based on what I experience in my line of work in the world of Thermex. So thank you so much, gentlemen, for listening to me. Thank you once again.
Thank you, madam, for a very nice presentation, talking about the brand value of Thermex and its inherent advantages, which has made it a very popular process in TMT rolling. And it can be seen in terms of conversion of orders and new orders that is coming up in your kitty. But the main advantage of Thermex in terms of unique selling point is basically the simplicity of the process and the unique microstructure that it generates, which gives you all types of product attributes in terms of weldability, your ductility, bendability, and high strength with a very lean chemistry, with low carbon, low manganese steel. So that's the uniqueness of Thermex. So thank you very much, ma'am, for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Datta. Thank you so much.
Now we'll move over to the, if there are any questions, we can take it up now. Ankit, do you have any questions from the participants?
No, we don't have any questions in the Q&A section.
Okay. If you do not have any questions, we'll move over to the next presenter. And the next presentation will be made by Mr. Sushant Patro. He's a Senior Vice President of SMS India. Mr. Patro, Sushant Patro, are you there?
I think Mr. Patro is not in the panel.
Can you see if he's, by any chance, if he's there in the attendee list?
No.
He's not there. Then,
Ravindra,
I think we should move on.
Yeah.
So we move over to the next presenter, and the next presentation will be made by Mr. Surendra Jagdale. He's a technical advisor of Bangladesh Steel Rolling Mills, BSRM Group. Mr. Jagdale, please make your presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Many thanks for having me on the panel and for giving me this chance of giving a presentation on the challenges that we are facing and the opportunities that exist. BSRM is located in Chittagong, Bangladesh, and we have 4 units operating here under the BSRM umbrella, wherein we have a total capacity of billet casting of 1.7 million tons and rolling mills from Danieli of about similar capacity. We are in the process of increasing our capacity to 2 million tons and installing another Danieli mill of about 0.6 million tons. So taking our total capacity to 2.1 million tons. This new addition will be a reality in the next 3 years. The construction of the new unit, which is an expansion of an existing unit, is under progress. And as I said, it should get commissioned in the next 3 years. We are probably the largest induction furnace making steel unit, having 6 numbers 50-ton induction furnace in one complex. We'll be adding one more 50-ton induction furnace to our existing 50-ton induction furnace, taking it to 7 numbers. Now, our products are mainly rebar. And in the expansion, we'll be having the facility of rolling wire rods, also special grades. We have gone in for some value-added products in the steel industry. Mainly, we are now manufacturing various kinds of wire products, particularly from GI wire, plain carbon, medium carbon, LRPC, electrodes, and some finished products of wires. Now, our aim is to go in for some sort of value addition even beyond the normal rebars. We have set up a completely automatic weld mesh plants where we can give rebar meshes, particularly for slabs and road making and everything, so that we don't just sell the rebars. We can give you a complete rebar net, which can be directly installed for making slabs for roads, as well as, in fact, probably the new airport expansion will see our wire meshes getting installed in the runway. These are the few additions that we are making. So this is all about BSRM. Now, regarding the challenges which we face as large size induction furnace operators, first and foremost, obviously, is the fact that the scrap prices are rising phenomenally. That is one of the most concerning part. And since we are located in Bangladesh, we face to a great extent a problem of getting DRI or other products like the HBI and gas-based DRI. So the other challenge which we are facing is the high cost of electricity. Now, that is another aspect which we are talking to the government, because for the large size furnaces, it is not only the higher production, but along with it also comes the operating costs and the utility requirements. All our utility requirements are also high. Another challenge is an effective air pollution control system. We are a very ethical and law-abiding companies, in the sense that we have addressed the problem of air pollution by installing not just the primary but also the secondary, and these pollution systems are of the highest efficiency and best possible technologies that are available in the world. So we have invested immense amount of money as a capital expenditure, and also incurring a considerably higher amount of cost to run the units. In addition to that, like everyone was saying, even the additional secretary, Mrs. Chaube, was telling that to compete, we need to be, our steel needs to be of the best possible quality. None of our heats goes to the caster without going through the ladle refining furnace. Now, this is actually a pretty high cost, because all the steel scrap that we get is not that clean. So we do the refining, and our sulfur phos maintenance is well below the standards. That is one of the reasons is that most of our steel, or I should say 100% of the steel, not only meets the standards, but international standards, but also is considerably higher than what the requirements actually are. To give you an example, our TY ratio is normally above 1.25. So this is one of the, it is one of the best possible indicators of how good your steel is. The opportunities are immense. Bangladesh is a developing country, and we do see a lot of projects which are handled by international consultants, and happy to inform you that all of them are totally, dependent on steel manufactured by BSRM. As regards the induction industry, my only objective right now is that we do not see that much of research being done to make the equipment much more reliable. Though our plant efficiency exceeds 92%, we would like to use the balance 8% also to make ourselves much more cost effective, much more productive, and at the same time improve our production by way of utilizing the available resources more efficiently. All the research that is being done is more towards the EAF, but I think induction furnace steel making also needs to be updated regularly. So we are in touch with many of the international companies, not only in India, but also Europe. And to the extent that every year we have a lead-to-lead program going on, so that the entire employees of the company come up with ideas and projects which bring about better efficiency in the manufacturing, lean manufacturing, I should say. So, and regarding as I was telling, the opportunities are immense. We will see a much better capacity utilization in the next few years. And challenges, as I said, was even though we have a robust shipbreaking industry, we are totally relying on import of scrap. And unless that is improved, because as we see in the years to come, with China opting to use more and more of steel scrap, we will be finding ourselves in a tight corner where we are unable to procure scrap at whatever rate is going on. So this is one of the challenges that we can see, that we foresee in the near future. That I believe, as BSRM, I can inform you that we are practicing probably the best possible manufacturing techniques, and we are in a position now to say that both in terms of quality and quantity, we are #1 in Bangladesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jagdale, for a very nice presentation. And on your facilities, you are basically the largest producer of TMT rebars in Bangladesh. And you also talked about the constraints, and the constraints are basically on the raw material side, availability of DRI, HBI, and of course, scrap, which is a major issue because you have to rely on import of scrap. And one of the issues that you have mentioned over here, and you mentioned your UTS by YS ratio, you mentioned is 1.25 minimum.
Yes.
Yes?
That's true.
TY
ratio, yes.
Is it the UTS by YS ratio you mean by that?
Yes, yes, UTS by YS ratio, yes. Yes.
So you are maintaining this UTS by YS ratio in your higher diameter rebars also, 32 millimeter, 36 millimeter, 40 millimeter also?
Yes. There it may be a slight drop of 1.23 at the most.
Yeah. No, are you commercially supplying your higher diameter rebars with 1.25 ratio yield, UTS by yield ratio?
Yeah, that is what I said, plus minus 0.2% for 32 mm rebars also.
Okay. So this is a very excellent properties required for earthquake resistance.
Yes, absolutely.
UTS by YS ratio. And if you can maintain this type of properties, it's excellent. it's a very good input that you have provided, especially
Yes.
to the mini steel plant producers, because getting
Yeah,
that,
because
yeah,
because we are routing all our heats through the lead refining furnace.
okay.
And there the phos and sulfur is kept. I mean, even if the standards are saying 0.7 combined, our ratios are well below. I mean, somewhere around 0.5 maximum, 0.45, 0.5.
Okay, okay.
0.5.
Yeah. And what type of TMT rolling process you use? Which technology?
We are having a Danieli mill where up to 12 mm we are for 8 mm we are doing 5 slits. We are only manufacturer in the world doing 5 slits, and for 10 mm 12 mm we are doing 4 slits, and even 16 mm we are doing 2 slits.
Okay. Is there, Ankit, is there any question from the participants, audience, which we can take over?
Yes, we have one question from Mr. Pradeep Patra. So he asks, the question to Mr. Jagdale, how are you able to maintain UTS YS ratio greater than 1.25?
2 ways. Our CWR or DWR 500 grades have a manganese content of not less than 0.75 to 0.8. And secondly, the treatment in the water box is highly precisely controlled. Our rest of the parameters like MNSI ratio and the MNS ratios are well within the limits. This is one of the reasons why we are getting TY ratio of 1.25.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Jagdale, for a wonderful presentation and
thank you.
for those inputs you have given on UTS by YS ratio. And we move over to the next presentation. And this presentation will be made by Mr. Shuli Joshi, along with Andre Di Lusa. They are basically both of them are vice presidents from Micromill Technology, Danieli. And the time allotted for them is 20 minutes, 10 minutes each. So over to Mr. Shuli Joshi.
So I do not see Mr. Joshi yet in the panel, but I think Mr. DeLuca has joined.
Yeah.
So Mr. DeLuca, can you hear us?
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah. Good morning. Good afternoon. So yeah, it's your turn to present. Over to you.
Okay. So we were expecting to make the presentation a few minutes later, but it's okay. Let's give us only the possibility to share the presentation.
Yes, it has. You already have access to share the screen.
Mr. DeLuca, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
So you will be making the presentation, or Mr. Joshi will also be there? Shuli Joshi will also be there.
Yes.
No, I am here, but we are sharing the presentation. Nice to meet you.
Oh, you are together. Okay, no problem.
Yes, we are here together.
Okay, fine. Fair enough. Excellent.
Just let us share the presentation.
Just a minute.
Yeah, please take your time. Yeah.
Okay, can you see the presentation?
Not yet. Not yet. Mr. Joshi, Mr. Shuli Joshi.
Yes.
My good friend, Mr. Sanjay Dasgupta was talking a lot about you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Now he is with your competitor, SMS.
Yes, I know him very well. We have worked several
he's
years.
a very good friend of mine. Sanjay is a very good friend of mine. So he was telling me today that Shuli is a very good friend of mine. Please tell him.
Thanks a lot. Regards also to him. We have worked a lot along last 3 years, 2.5 years. We have worked a lot in India, in Bangladesh. So
exactly,
yes.
exactly. That's what I wanted to share with everyone in this audience. That Sanjay Dasgupta was the person who sold one of the largest MIDA plants to
Yes.
Vasundhara in Bangladesh.
Correct. You will see during this session, you will see some references, and we will briefly touch this project we have sold together.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, can you see? Please, I give the word to my colleague, Mr. Andrea.
Can you see now the screen?
Yes.
Okay, so again, good morning, everyone. So together with Yosi, we're going today to lead you into the Danieli world of MIDA, showing how our latest mini-mill technology contributes by facts to the reduction of the gas emissions with efficiency and profitability. Well, first, a couple of slides of history. Mini-mills were developed in the 50s for rebar grades and initially limited to few 100,000 tons per year. But very soon they started to grow and arrive to huge production of merchant bar, SBQ, section, plates, and seamless pipe. Well, in the 90s, Danieli paved the way for new technology to answer the most demanding requests for energy saving posed by the post-crisis economy. And high-speed casting and endless rolling was the pillar of this new technology named MIDA, Micromill Danieli, with processes, machine, and automation specifically designed to fulfill the requirements of endless operations. Well, but more recently, the strengthening of carbon taxes and other emission regulation creates the strong incentive to even improve the original MIDA technology. And we arrive today at the new revolutionary H-MIDA process, which perfectly fits the MIDA mini-mill into the worldwide roadmap toward the zero emission. Let's see how. MIDA Hybrid is a compendium of advanced technologies that makes the difference in efficiency and sustainability. They are perfectly integrated by advanced process control system and digital devices. The pillars of the H-MIDA process are the Danieli Digimelter, the unique and patented melting unit where the arc is controlled digitally, and the high-speed endless casting and rolling. H-MIDA leads to the widest application of circular economy concept, where metallic are transformed into the steel with the most efficiency and saving processes using renewable energies. Okay, let's see. On the main route, our strong proposal is the direct reduction plan connected to the Digimelter. In this way, the emissions immediately drop from 1,800 to 800 kilo of CO2 each tons of steel. Our DRP technology of the Energiron process uses natural gas as a reduction agent, but our equipment is already ready to switch from natural gas to hydrogen without hardware changes. In this way, the CO2 emission becomes practically negligible. For an actual green steel, green hydrogen is required. And this is one of the reasons we introduced the MIDA Hybrid, a plant able to produce green steel by green hydrogen thanks to renewable energy sources. Well, a good way to save energy is to connect different steps in a production process. And we are applying this approach also to the DRP plants. Hot DRI gives a saving of almost 100 kilowatt hours per ton compared to cold DRI melting. Scrap route. Scrap route has a lower emission, you know, by definition. And we're working on the scrap preparation to gain all possible advantages in this field. The scrap cleaning, screening, and sorting, for example, is able to avoid to feed the digimelter with unwanted materials, and this results in energy saving during melting. In the same time, is giving the possibility to recover noble materials to be sold on the specific market with great economical benefits for the steel plant. Our digital scrap optimization and management system foresees tracking of the scrap from arrival, classification, and follow-up through each handling step. This will reduce the risk of mismanagement of the melter charge, increasing the efficiency and quality of the electrical steelmaking. But let's now move and arrive to the Danieli digimelter, one of the pillars of the H-media technology. Well, the digimelter is a revolutionary melting unit consisting of a combination of power, intelligence, and environmental friendly equipment to achieve 50,000 hits per year with minimal OPEX, lowest in environmental impact, and high flexibility on raw material, very important. The process is based on the EcoPro airtight design conceived to reduce the emissions of pollutants and equivalent CO2. Every details of the digimelter have been optimized with the furnace always kept sealed thanks to the TOR 3K automatic select door. The process itself is automatically controlled by the Q-melt, leading to the minimum oxygen and carbon injection, ensuring the most efficiency melting with the lowest CO2 footprint. Compared to a conventional furnace with the same charge mix, the digimelter reduces CO2 direct emission by more than 50%. But the core of the digimelter is the Q1, the latest patented technology for the EAF power management. It replaces traditional transformer and does not require any disturbance compensation system like the SBC. In fact, thanks to the limited exchange of reactive power and real-time control of the arc, Q1 generates a much lower voltage fluctuation compared with conventional transformer, resulting in very low flicker disturbances. In addition, the Q1 reduces the overall electric power with a shorter power on time and almost zero generation of reactive power. Last but not least, Q1 is natively ready to direct feeding of energy coming from renewable sources generated on site. We have already 3 plants in Europe working with Q1, and very recently we start up the Q1 in Japan with a ladle furnace, 300 tons ladle furnace in Tokyo Steel. Well, H-media uses 2 or more distinct types of power to feed the plant. The basic principle is to use the most convenient energy when available. And QGenius is the Danieli proprietary solution that enable controlled routing of green energies. Like EAF, LF, and induction heating, reducing the need of energy acquired from the power grid. We leave the melt shop and now we enter in the casting and rolling area of the MIDA technology. Here, endless casting and rolling for both flat and long product is the Danieli solution to achieve the best results. The principle is very simple. Let us use the heat on the billet or slab coming from the casting to direct rolling to the final product. The QSP is our solution, the Danieli Universal Direct Rolling Technology for the strip produce products that answer any product and production requirement with a flexible, winning concept, meeting different customer requirements and market demands. The unique capability of the Danieli Dyson caster to cast a single 160 mm thick slab after dynamic soft reduction with a casting speed of 6.5 meters per minute and more, make possible the production of very wide range of steel grades. The Danieli QSP is the only dynamic technology where the coil-to-coil, semi-endless, and endless are performed in a single line. High value added hot rolled coils are producing a wide mix of steel grades and strip dimensions from 0.8 mm up to 25 mm, and from 900 to 1600 mm wide at a capacity from 2 to 4 million tons per year. Now we arrive to the QLP process, the endless casting and rolling of long products. And here I ask my friend Jose to introduce this technology to you.
Okay, let's talk about QLP. QLP, first of all, stands for quality long product and is featuring endless casting and rolling for long product. Energy saving is one of the major targets in the today's and tomorrow's steel industry, because of course we have to take care about the reduction of the operational cost and the environmental emissions. The high speed of the continuous casting machine is the core of our MIDA technology, MIDA for long product. The highest is the casting speed, the highest are all the energy savings. And this is why our continuous casting machine is equipped by the Danieli Fast Cast Cube FCC and the latest patented technology for the Eco Power Mold copper tube. We call actually our caster octocasting because we are producing at a casting speed of 10 meters per minute an octagonal shaped billet to feed endlessly the rolling mill. Thanks to the continuous and stable casting and rolling process, the quality of the MIDA plants are at the highest level, of course. We have a wide range of steel grades we can produce. We can produce straight rebars. We can through the use of our DRI, the direct rolling and bundling system. We can produce spooled coils. We can produce wire rod with very high fast finishing speed and very close tolerance over the whole product range. But last but not least, we can also produce some small sections. And one of the last references we have in our scorecard is the MIDA plant to produce small sections. Let's briefly touch the economical benefits to the MIDA plant, MIDA for long products. So we have around $32 per ton in the whole process, plus some $5 per ton of general expenses due to the fact that all the semi-finished product management is absent. So at the end, you can get, compared to a traditional root production, something around 40 USD per ton, which at the end of the game is more or less 20% of operational cost saved compared to a traditional mini mill. And talking about the references and the production evolution of our MIDA plants over the years, as you can see, after few years and on early 2000 of consolidation, the concept of MIDA plant has boomed over the last 5 years, and we were able to reach the amazing productivity with one single strand and one rolling mill of 150 ton per hour for Bashundhara Group in Bangladesh, which the plant will be started up in 2023. But not only about the hourly production, we have improved and we have implemented a lot over these years also regarding the product mix, because we have started as previously in early 2000 with the rebar lines, but as you can see in this graph, we have improved a lot, and together with our customer, we were able to achieve amazing targets such as spoolers. We are able to produce wire rod, smooth wire rod, ribbed wire rod, and also some sections. So right now, the portfolio in terms of product mix of our endless casting and rolling plants is really wide. And this is why we are proud to be part of this family, why we are proud to be part of the MIDA plant, and we can serve our customer with this amazing product because of some very challenging world records we have achieved. Imagine we have achieved 111 ton per hour in sequence in our MIDA plant in China. We have achieved 9 meters per minute in North America as casting and rolling speed, 52 hits in a sequence without any interruption, so means almost 2 days of production in Egyptian steel, casting, endless casting and rolling. During one of the last startup we had in Florida for our customer Nucor, we have started up the plant in endless mode from the very beginning. So the first heat has been made in endless mode instead of a traditional way to start up this kind of plants in billet-to-billet mode. And last but not least, we had the record for the longest billet ever rolled worldwide, 11 kilometers in North America. And just to give you some references, this is the result of what we have just told me and my colleague. This is a MIDA plant in China. Pinggang is called the customer. This is actually a twin MIDA because the casting machine is a 2-strand caster to feed 2 different rolling mill. Each line can produce 150 ton per hour, and the total output of the plant is 1.2 million ton per year of finished product. As you can see, the casting speed on the right side is over than 6 meters per minute. The caster is a 12-meter radius caster, and you can see from this view, from the aerial view, the 2 rolling mills which are fed by our continuous casting machine. In one line, you will see later on, we are produced rebar, and on the other line is produced wire rod. So in the same time, we are producing 2 different products with the same grade. The billet which we use to feed both rolling mill is 190 square billet, but later on will be implemented also in this plant the octagonal shape to have to increase even more the productivity as well as the product quality. And this is an aerial view where on the left side you can see the wire rod mill, and on the right side you can see the bar line. Wire rod dimension from 6 to 12 millimeter, and straight rebar dimension we can produce from 10 to 40 millimeter. And this is actually the plant which has been started up in February 2021. We have achieved good results in terms of learning curve and in terms of performance. And I can say that nowadays this concept to feed endless the rolling mill is consolidated, since we have 20 years of experience, and we have several references. We can count on around 20 plants as references with this kind of process. Let's make together some conclusions. So what we think that nowadays MIDA plant is the benchmark mini mill to produce long products, both in terms of competitiveness and environmental impact. As my colleague just told you, with the hybrid concept, we have replaced the conventional arc furnace with our DG melter, Danieli digital melting unit, which can be powered fully or partially by alternative energies or renewable energies. Of course, on behalf of Danieli, we are welcome to you to all these endless opportunities which can be offered by our mini mill MIDA department. Thanks a lot for your attention, and of course, if you have any curiosity or any question, feel free to ask us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. De Luca, for an excellent presentation. And you have highlighted some of the new developments at your end, new technologies. And we are very much interested in your endless rolling technology, high-speed casting, endless rolling technology that you have just now presented. So one question that I would like to make before you is that with such high-speed casting of 6 to 10 meters per minute, do you have any problems of breakout?
No, of course, no. The speed that we mentioned is an industrial and reliable casting speed, and consider that the endless casting rolling is only one strand. So also this improved the reliability of the machine. In fact, the breakout rate is very, very low compared with the traditional casting.
Okay. Have you supplied this technology to anybody in India?
Yes, for sure. We have supplied, not yet in operation, but 2 years ago, we have signed a contract to our customer, DRI for the first MIDA plant, endless casting and rolling, to produce rebed straight bars. The nameplate capacity is 350,000 tons per year of finished product, and they are going to produce in endless mode from 8 to 32 millimeter, 12 meter rebars. So we have also the reference in India, and we will have will be started up, I think, next year or beginning of 2023. As well as we have our plant for Bashundhara Group, which will be we are going to replace our hourly productivity record of 111 tons per hour with single strand with the new record, hopefully 150 or more tons per hour with one single strand and one rolling mill. So which will be quite challenging and amazing. But for sure, since we have long time experience and we have spent a lot of money in research and development together with our customer, we are for sure 100% confident we will achieve this new record and have and even more.
Absolutely amazing.
Thank you.
To have more than 111 kilometers of endless this thing. But can you tell me that this 100 kilometers you have mentioned just now, is it of the same grade?
No, it's 111 ton per hour. Is the 11 kilometer of
11 kilometer.
11.
Is it of the same grade or is it a multiple grade?
No, it's same grade without any interruption. Is same grade, one long bill. Imagine the long billet, 11 kilometer without any cut.
Okay.
So directly rolled, and the commercial length is performed directly before the cooling bed. So all the commercial length is produced with our system, which is called direct rolling and bundling before the cooling bed. We discharge directly on the cooling bed the commercial length.
And another question is that you talked about the MEDA hybrid process.
Yeah.
MEDA hybrid process, where basically you have mentioned that your carbon dioxide emission is of the order of 800 kg carbon dioxide per ton of, is it ton of liquid steel or ton of DRI?
The total production of CO2, you mean?
Yes. Per ton of DRI or per ton of liquid steel, 800 kg?
No, the 800 kg is for liquid steel.
Per ton of liquid steel.
Yeah.
Okay. And over here you are using hydrogen through renewable energy as a source of reductant.
Yeah. We can think about yes. We are thinking about it. Yes.
Okay. So when is it likely that this technology will be available in a commercial scale?
Yes, we think that the time is mature to move to this new technology. In fact, all our process technology and machine are already designed to take these opportunities. And we think, we hope, everybody will move very soon to this new challenge.
Great, very nice. Now, Ankit, we have some questions for Mr. De Luca and Mr. Josie.
Yes, and before we move on to the question, we have a comment from Mr. Rajkumar Markan directed to you. He says, for Dr. Ramin Datta, just to inform everyone that H&K India guaranteed and demonstrated production of grade 500 with a stress ratio of greater than 1.25 some 3 years ago at STIL Uganda for all sizes, that is 8 to 32 millimeter through use of Thermex QST technology.
Okay.
And all sizes were commissioned within 7 days, properties as per B500 DWR of ISO 69352 stress ratio greater than 1.25.
Okay, thank you. Please convey our thanks to Mr. Markan for this information.
Sure. And now coming to the questions for Mr. De Luca, we have a question from Mr. Pradeep Patra. He says, in endless TMT rolling, are there any concerns for surface crack?
You mean for any cut, for any problem on the rolling mill?
So I will allow Mr. Pradeep Patra to talk, and he can then elaborate more on the question.
Yeah, please.
So Mr.
Just to understand.
Yeah. Mr. Patra, can you hear us? Mr. Pradeep Patra, you can you have been unmuted and you can now ask your question.
Can you just repeat that? Maybe I will try to.
Okay, so he asks, in endless TMT rolling, any concerns for surface crack? And he also has a follow-up question. In MEDA, is there any backup option of rolling of billets from stock like conventional rolling?
Okay,
okay. Now understood. Okay, consider that the endless rolling is very stable and very reliable. We don't have any more heads entering the mill every minute or tail exiting the mill, so the reliability of the process is very, very high. In fact, the yield exceeds 99%, and the typical production of not rolled, casted but not rolled is well below 0.5%. Okay. So actually, there is no need in the process of alternative route because the process and technology is strong enough that does not require any backup. Of course, the quality of the final product is top. Surface crack are well below the average. Mostly because of the shape, the octagonal shape is improving the rolling process because of more uniform temperature, no corners, no cooled corners. So the rolling process is improved, and the quality of the final product is even improved.
Thank you very much, Mr. De Luca, for answering that question. And the last question we have is from Mr. Shamol Kumar Sinha, and he asks if you have supplied this technology in India.
Yes, as I have explained, we have supplied. We have actually sold this plant in India for a JRI customer. Will be started up in the next year or early in the 2023. Will be produce 350,000 tons per year of straight rebars.
Thank you, Mr. Josie, for answering the question, and thank you for the wonderful presentation. So
thanks a lot for your time.
You're welcome. Thanks.
So back over to Dr. Datta.
Okay.
Hello to everyone. Thank you.
We move over to the next presentation. Ankit, do we have Shushank Patro now, or is he still not there? From SMS.
No, I don't see him still.
Okay. So the next presentation will be by Dr. Andrin Bhattacharya, CEO of Recyclone Austria. Dr. Bhattacharya, kindly make your presentation, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Datta. So, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. For in India, it's evening. So, good evening to all of you from the city of Vienna. I personally, when I thought about speaking here, I thought, okay, I will make a presentation. Then I decided, no, there are so many diverse topics which I'd really like to touch upon. It's not a very good idea to make a PowerPoint presentation and go through it. So instead, I will like to give certain aspects which I have seen dealing with the Indian smaller steel producers in the last several years. And based on that, it will be a quasi brainstorming session with the panelists if you're interested to participate with me in the questions and answers. And for the time being, I will not focus too much on technological details, but rather on the strategy and the export strategy of the smaller mills in India. Now, small words about us, those who don't know our company. We are headquartered in Austria, in the city of Leoben, very small city, but also the plant of Donowitz is located there. We have offices in Shanghai and also a small office in Calcutta. And we started as a technology in an innovation company in the area of waste recycling in the steel industry. But gradually, after we also diversified into trading and economics and arbitrage of steel and raw materials and products. Now, if we think about right from the start, that the term secondary steel producer, this is of course a very, very large misnomer, because all the metallurgists here know the secondary steel production means that the production, the refining process of steel. So there is no logical reason of using the word secondary steel producers, and it's completely an utter false use of the word, because secondary steel production means the secondary refining of the steel after the first melting, either in the electric arc furnace or in the LD converter. after this process in the ladle or some other refining techniques like. So this is so the question comes, yes, the mini steel production. Now, if you constantly think about the mini steel, India is possibly one of the most few countries in the whole world where these kind of standalone small mini mills are still existing. You look at all the other countries in Russia, all are very big steel plants like Severstal, MMK, big conglomerates. Ukraine, everything is Metinvest. In Europe, most of the steel plants which are producing are the big ones like ThyssenKrupp and Voestalpine and ArcelorMittal, the big giant. So in terms of the contribution to the national economy of steel production, closely to 45% of the total steel is produced by the big producers, the big blast furnace producers in India, and the rest is by the smaller steelmaking sector. So this is a huge, huge, huge impact, a huge contribution to the national economy. And this is an economic powerhouse for the whole India. Now, thinking on that side, has the secondary steel production gone through that way we expect or not yet? That comes now, it's the controversial question, what went wrong, what is not going wrong, and what could be done. So in the last couple of years, as you know, China has gradually become a net importer of semis, especially from India and all other countries. Previously, India used to make the cheapest steel in the world. Right now, for the last couple of months, it is Vietnam. So the billet price in Vietnam is even lesser than Indian small producers right now. So due to some strange reasons, especially the very high availability of scrap in those countries, and they secured a very good scrap sourcing strategy there. Now, however, whenever we tried to expand the Indian foreign exchange by facilitating the Indian companies to sell directly to the buyers in the Chinese and the Southeast Asian markets, but there have been several problems. The first point, of course, is the phosphorus content. So whenever a company is operating induction furnace without any further refining, and with the Indian high phosphorus ore, you are stuck at 0.08, 0.07% phosphorus in the final product, whether it be your rebars or in the billets. And this is the product you simply cannot export to convincing companies for the final product because it is way above the expected, the defined standard value. The next problem is the billet length. Most of the plants, especially the big consumers in Asia, in China, they are looking for 12-meter billets, and 6-meter billets have been really obsolete to them. And however, approximately 90% of the mini mills, they produce 6-meter billets and they don't produce 12-meter billets. Is it a problem of the limitation of the machines, or is it a problem of the storage? The answer is not very clear, but it is one of the reasons people are not able to fetch the right export momentum due to these problems, because every day there are less and less takers of 6-meter long billets. The third point, which is also very interesting, is this trading infrastructure of the mini mills. With very small exceptions, most of the mini mills, they still prefer to trade using traders, where the traders pay them upfront by cash, and then the traders export from them directly. Now, in this way, just trying to keep on the cash rolling from the old business mentality that my cash is blocked for this time and I'm losing the interest, the smaller plants are losing at least $30 to $40 of margin every ton of billet by selling to the traders. However, with a proper trading infrastructure in the terms of CFR basis, they can generate a much better revenue and profit, because we tried to explore this thing with plants located in Gujarat, but there is simply not enough willingness to go into this new venture rather than the age-old way of trading, selling to the traders and getting upfront cash in for their semis. These are the few troubles that we have seen together. We are trying to form a consortium for Indian small producers who produce billets. Some of the companies, a little bit bigger ones, who are also in the areas of right from the mining side to who also export pellets, who also export, who have also mini blast furnace, who export pig iron, companies like Rashmi, companies like Super Smelter, Godavari, Jai Bajrang, these companies which have a very diversified product range. We are trying to bring them under an umbrella where they can make their trade directly with the end customer without aiding any traders. And also, they are the bigger ones in the player, especially the smaller ones, somewhat smaller, who produce maybe maximum 0.5 million tons per year, 0.3 million tons per year of liquid steel and crude steel. So this is something we are trying to break through, because from our side, we see very, very huge potential for export of Indian steel to other countries, whether it be East Asia, whether it be Europe, whether it be Africa, because one of the biggest steel producers in the world, the half of the production is done by China. And until the end of Beijing Winter Olympic 2022, they have cut their quota short very much for the steel making. That means their blast furnaces will operate close to 80% of utilization rate, or even lower, 75%, some people are saying. So that means this huge void of steel in terms of semis could be imported, could be used, could be exported from India. So this is a huge chance in the year of until the end of 2022, where there is a cutoff where there's a ceiling in the Chinese steelmaking domain. And when there is a ceiling in the Chinese steelmaking, that means the demand in the Southeast Asia also increases. So this is another way, not only China, but also other Southeast Asian countries, that Indian small producers can target to generate a huge amount of foreign currency from this way. And however, there is always the discussion, the next point, apart from the financial side, always the discussion of induction furnace or electric arc furnace. Now, if you are talking about a company like BSRM, I am very pleased to hear Mr. Jagdale that he said that every single batch of liquid steel that goes from the induction furnace goes through a ladle refining furnace. And this is absolutely important to maintain the quality. So BSRM has practically made the operation of induction furnace to an art. But however, in India, these companies are struggling with tramp elements and 0.08% phosphorus, which is impossible, almost impossible to sell in the global market. So refining, whether it is the form of electric arc furnace or induction furnace, refining is extremely important. Other than that, people cannot get the desired value to the market. Also, one thing we are not discussing a lot, the second thing is the mini blast furnace. They are also considered as small producers. There will be a huge market for the pig iron from these mini blast furnaces in the next year until the end of 2022 for sure, because of all the carbon dioxide regulations coming from all over the world. This is a place where people can also step into this void from the Indian mini blast furnaces. And if we think that all the big players right now, the bigger steel plants players who are in this working in India, Jamshed Tata started from a small mini blast furnace. O.P. Jindal started from a small strip mill, which is a very, very small milling mill, and then graduated. So the best way of expanding is generating more revenue and investing it back to the process rather than utilizing it other diversifying the profile, investing in the plant, investing in the process, and upscaling. So that's how one could personally gain a higher advantage from here. So I will not take much more moments. If there are people from the mini industry who would really interested into the export and the financial market of this export, they can always ready to contact me, our company later on, and I'll be really happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya, for a very nice presentation on the challenges before the mini mills, particularly with respect to the induction furnace route. And you have mentioned, as we all know, about the problems faced with high phosphorus in your steel. And one possible solution to this was presented by Dr. Mukesh Kumar, is the GOR process, which basically helps you in removal of both the phosphorus and sulfur simultaneously to a refining process. And then you talked about length of the billets which are existing in 6-meter lengths, which can be increased to 12-meter length, the possibility of increasing it so that the marketability of this product can be improved, especially in the export market. And finally, you have talked about the traders that exist today, which basically have a cut on the profitability. And you have already suggested a solution to this on a consortium-based approach, which will help in profitability and growth of this important sector. So with these things, we would like to have some comments or questions from the participants also, if there are any. Ankit, do you have some questions for Dr. Anil?
No, we do not have any questions.
Okay. So in that case, Dr. Anil Bhattacharya, thank you very much for your presentation. We move over to the next presentation, and this presentation will be made by Sri Sudip Paul. He is the head of technology of Dalmia 7 Refractories Limited. So Mr. Paul, please make your presentation.
Good evening, all. So, thank you, Dr. Datta and Nirmalendra Mukherjee and Aniket Mukherjee for giving the opportunity to talk about our solution for mainly refractory solution for the DRI industries. So in this presentation, I will present our solution. So just a minute. Is slide is visible?
Yes, we can see.
Yes, it is visible.
So Dalmia 7 is a joint venture between the Dalmia OCL, that is India's fastest growing refractory business, and Seven's Refractories, that is Europe Specialty Monolithic Companies. It is a state-of-art automatic production line, commissioned and operational at Kadni, MP. We are serving different industries like iron, steel, cement, power, DRI, iron ore periodization. Our centralizing R&D, technology and product application group are based in India and also in Europe. This is the small video of our European plant. This is fully automatic plant, and similar plant is made to the India, that is in Kadni. So here unique thing is that the unique dosing system. So this is the one of the best plant in worldwide. So our unique service proposition are based on the 3 pillars. One is technology, second is our excellence, and also support. In technology, the technology part, we have a dynamic and fit for purpose product. We have a global R&D support. We have over 60 years group experience of Dalmia group experience. We have a solution for the right technical expert for various industries. We have excellence in a best class in a modern manufacturing class. This is our Kadni and our European plant, one of the best plant in in the globe. We have a unique dosing system for the product consistency. We have in-house binder capacity and also faster delivery. Technical support we can give through application supervision, on-call service, and also technical training based on the customer requirement, and fast response and faster decision making. So in this scenario, we will discuss how DRI processes challenges now. So from the, if you see from the beginning, earlier we are using more iron ore. Now day by day we are increasing the pellet charges. So this also impacting our refractories. So this it also give thermomechanical load and higher speed rate and higher capacity utilizations. We are also observing some red spot on the surface of the cell of the kiln due to the higher abrasions. Present all our customer are switching from domestic coal to the high calorific values, high fixed carbon and low as imported coals. And also the thermal shock due to the frequent stoppage of the kiln, higher gas temperature inside the kiln, and also using the maximum campaign days with minimum downtime. And accretion build up in kiln mainly for the using iron ore. So which factors are affecting our refractory performance? There are 4 factors affecting the refractory performance, like thermal, mechanical, chemical, and refractory related. For thermal, if you going there is a 3 points are there, like overheating during the operation process and getting the higher heat, and then thermal shock also impacting our refractory performance. Then also thermal load due to the higher charge ratio for getting high efficiency kiln. Mechanical point of view, there are 3 points, like kiln overheating deformations. This will impacting our refractories. Then tire alignment and also bed height. Chemical point of view, like alkali attacks from the input materials, and also carbon monoxide attack due to the coal reactions, and infiltration of the compound. Refractory quality is very important to arrest these things. This anchor design and installation technique is very much important to determine the refractory's performance. Then curing and dry out, it is extremely important. And then cooling and again startup for the kiln. So properties required mainly for reduction and sintering. What type of properties are required for the mainly for refractories, like high abrasion and impact resistant, lower thermal conductivity materials, higher temperature resistance, superior stain, superior thermal shock resistant, lower coating with input materials, and for inlet and preheating zone, like superior abrasion resistant due to the charge for iron ore and pellet, and also impact resistant, and this also rate excellent thermal shock resistance. So before design and selecting any refractory, we first check the operating parameter of the industry or the process, like operating temperature, their preheating schedule, then frequency and degree of temperature variations, impingement particles, rotation and vibration. So all based on this parameter, we design our product. We check in our laboratory and our product design parameter like PCE, that is pyrometric cone equivalent. Then explosion we test, and steaming spalling resistance we checked. And impact on the thermal gradient we checked. Corrosion and erosion, impact and abrasion resistance we checked this one. Mechanical and impact resistance. Based on this, we given the product characteristic like maximum service temperature, then porosity, strength, grain size, binder type, then spalling resistance, whatever spalling based on this idea, then chemistry of the material, porosity, abrasion resistant, then cold compressive strength, and modulus of rupture. So based on these parameters, we have the solution for different type of kiln. Different type of kiln having different requirement is there, like 50 TPD kiln, 100 TPD kiln, 350 and 360 TPD kiln. So different area, we have the product and we have the solution for this one. So different kiln, different product is there based on the kiln requirement on product requirement. So we have the product like DSCAS 50, D50, that is a superior strength and lower thermal mass and lower conductivity. Sintering zone will need superior strength, lower thermal mass, and also conductivity. And for inlet zone, we need high abrasion resistant material. ABC, DSC, that is after burning chamber and after dust settling chamber, we need some high corrosion resistant material due to the reaction between the ingredient material. So backup area, we need highly insulating property based material. So 360, 350 and 600 TPD kiln, different area we need various product like DSCAS D35S, that is high strength, low conductivity materials for sintering zone. And inlet zone DSCAS D35AR, that is superior abrasion impact resistance. And also for sintering zone, DSCAS D35S, high strength and low conductivity materials. So what are the key installation techniques we need to follow to get good life of the refractories material? Like preparation of cell. So before casting of the refractory to the cell, we need to prepare the cell. Then we have to make the impervious coating to the cells and also over the anchors. And selection of the anchor is one of the critical parameters to getting good life of the refractory materials and also the kiln life. Like based on the temperature, we can select stainless steel SS310 and SS304 quality. Application technique is very much important, like standard of mixer, quality and quantity of water required for the product. So vibrocasting with the rigid film, that is one of the important thing to get good castability in the kiln. Then also preheating schedule to remove the moisture from the refractory surface. So we should follow the best installation technique, rust and dust free cell, that can be done through sandblasting route. Impervious coating on the cell, that can be done through bituminous paint coating on the cell, and also anchor and appropriate electrode. So pitch distance between the two anchors. So that is the most important thing of the for refractories life. So we should maintain around 200 to 250 mm typically. And also anchor orientations. It should be perpendicular to each other. And then framework for doing the casting. It can be done 600 to 600 mm or 750 to 750 mm based on the furnace kiln. Use proper lubricant inside the flame for easy removal. This is the best practice we should do for getting better life. Mixing and casting, see, one of the important parameter for the refractory life determination. So first thing, we should store the material in a dry condition under waterproof cover, free from any open sun and humidity. During mixing, we should use the drinkable water, that is pH 7, to getting better results. We need a high intensity counter current mixer for proper mixing of the all additive, because in the mainly for low cement castable, different type of additive and chemicals is there. This to be mixed uniformly to getting better results. Temperature of the mix should be kept 25 to 35 degrees centigrade for base consistency. Humidity should be kept in between 60 to 80%. Additive can be used to alter flowability and setting as required at site. So this is a lot of customer is asking, this is setting is getting fast or setting is getting delay. So setting is directly proportional to temperature. If atmospheric temperature is higher, the setting will be very fast. So that time we should give some additive to reduce the setting time, to accelerate, to adding the setting time, getting more setting time. And during this winter season, less temperature, like let's say 5 degrees centigrade, then that time setting will be, delay will be there. Then we can give some accelerator to reduce the setting time. Mixing, one is the important thing. We need to do 1 minute dry mixing and 5 minutes after mixing, after adding the water. And we must consume the whole mix within 15 minutes to get better result. We should not use the mix after 15 minutes. Cast the material with high intensity needle vibrator to getting better results and better density, better surface. Preheating during campaign. Preheating we have to do as per the schedule. And during the process time, we found some accreditation build up. This to be dismantled time to time. For better refractory life or better kiln life, we suggest to keep 20 to 25 mm accreditation build up can be kept in the lining. So we should not do, or what we should not do during the installation of the refractories to getting better life. Reduce or shorten the mixing time. So what we told that mixing time should be 1 minute dry mixing and 5 minutes for the water mixing. It should be followed for every time to getting adequate mixing and homogeneous mixing to our refractory mix. Addition of the bad quality or excess water during mixing. Bad quality, we should always add drinkable water, that is pH 7, to getting better result for our refractories material. Otherwise, if we add bad quality water, then setting, it may alter the setting time of the materials. Addition of water during vibrocasting. Whatever addition water is required, we should add as per our technical specification during the mixing time in a mixer, not during the vibrocasting at site. We must consume all the leftover mix within 15 minutes. Casting we should do with proper vibration and too fast setting. For we should not use any accelerator for too fast setting, also too quick preheating also. Whatever suggestion is given by the manufacturer, that we have to follow during the installations. So these are the typical preheating schedule for 100 TPD kiln for getting better results. So suppose in a 100 TPD kiln, in a kiln around customer is used around 250 tons. So if you
Mr. Paul,
consider 6% of water.
Mr. Paul, just a
Yes.
minute. Can you finish it in 2-3 minutes time?
Yeah. Just 1 minute. So what this actually for 100 TPD kiln around customer is required around 250 metric ton. For if you consider 6% water, so 250 metric ton, around 15 ton water will be there in the lining. So preheating is very much important. Otherwise, if you do very faster preheating, then steam will be generating, and due to the vapor pressure, crack will accumulate and crack will generate to the kiln. So this is a typical preheating schedule for 350 and 600 TPD kiln. So that's all from my side. So whatever we are confident to give any solution for refractory related solution for mini steel, DRI, and other thing. If you have any question, you please write to us with this email ID, and you can contact this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sudip Paul, for a very comprehensive presentation on. You have provided an overview of your plant at Katni, MP, and you have also talked about the different types of refractory material that are used for DRI, pellet plant, and steel making plants. You have also talked about the factors that affect the refractory performance and life, especially high temperature. During high temperature operation, the thermal stresses and the mechanical stresses that are generated. And finally, on the installation practices and the preheating cycle that you have followed. So thank you very much. And if there are any questions, we would like to take 1 or 2 questions. Ankit, do you have any questions for Mr. Paul?
We do not have any questions in the Q&A session, Q&A section.
Okay. Mr. Paul, thank you very much. If somebody has any questions, he will be contacting you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we move over to the next presentation. And the next presentation will be made by Mr. Shatadri Chanda. He is Chief Executive Officer of Megatherm. Mr. Chandra, kindly make your presentation.
Yes. Mr. Datta, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
And is the screen visible?
Yes, the screen is also visible.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening to all the participants and panelists. Basically, thank you to Steel and Metallurgy for giving us the opportunity to present, what are the challenges and opportunities that are faced by plants. So in today's discussion, I'd like to speak more on from the perspective of operations, not so on steel refinement or the metallurgy side, but rather the steel plant operations perspective. So for all those who are new to Megatherm, I'll just take 2-3 minutes to introduce ourselves. So we are basically one of the world's largest manufacturers of induction furnaces. And every year, approximately, we are adding 7 to 11 million tons capacity worldwide to the induction furnace. And for steel plants, apart from induction furnaces, we also manufacturing, online billet heaters, ladle refining furnaces, continuous casting machines, and converter duty transformers. Apart from executing, the entire turnkey project, which most we have executed about 12-13 odd turnkey projects ever since we started around 2010-11 mark. And like I said, we are present in approximately 42 countries, and we are nearing approximately 3,000 installations across different types of products. And the group has 3 companies. One is in Calcutta, one is in Kharagpur, that is our flagship plant, and our head office is in Salt Lake Sector 5 in Calcutta. So in terms of facilities, we have 3 facilities. I'll just share some of the photos of them. So this is basically our, this is the new plant. This was when it was under construction actually, 2016. Now it's up and running. And it is a completely end-to-end plant. So we have in-house production of practically everything. So right from PCBs to the, of course, the final assembly areas of panels and crucibles. This is some few other snapshots taken in a phone. And some new thing and latest additions is, we've incorporated a battery of CNC machines. So all copper components, etc., are, all in-house. We have also invested in, backward integration for, machining items. So all the machining items, everything that you see from fabrication to machining, it's all in-house now. We've also bought, machines like, plasma cutters, etc., for doing the fabrication of larger capacity furnaces like 40 ton, 35 ton, 50 ton. And of course, our transformer facility, it's in Calcutta, and that is, most of our clients are aware of this particular. So coming back to the challenges faced by many steel plants, see from the operational perspective, we all know that the secondary steel, is growing as a percentage of the total production. And if India is to achieve its targets of steel production, then induction furnace route will play a major role. Of course, there are challenges with regard to quality of steel, etc. But a lot of research also is being done in those on those aspects, especially in LRF once the melting has taken place in the IF. But for now, I'll for this discussion, I'll only focus on the IF-based plants, their internal challenges. So there are some challenges, some typical challenges, like for example, there are accidents that happen due to metal leakage. The metal penetrates the coil, and then there may be an explosion. Maybe the coil gets punctured in particular areas. Then in induction furnaces, since it's a electric, it's an electronic power electronics based panel, and in which is in line with rolling mills, which has a lot of jerk load. There we do see downtime, and so how to decrease the downtime is a question. Then there is intense involvement of operations and lack of MIS in most of the steel plants, not all, but most of the plants. And a major I would say challenge would be the raw material price variations, because there are especially plants which don't have access. Blast furnace companies, they usually have an access to the raw material, but very few induction furnace based companies will have access to raw material. So what can be done about these things? And of course, if you see scrap and DRI, the processes are very different. Even when they're melting it in induction furnaces, the processes are very different, the dynamics are very different, but the furnaces are the same. So these are 5 challenges that we found. If they can be addressed even to a little bit, some extent, it will be beneficial for steel plants. So what is the solution? So from Megatherm's perspective, we always feel that technology is the best solution, and what can be what can be done with in terms of technology to mitigate some of those challenges. So first of all, when it comes to accident, we know that all furnaces come with GLD or earth leakage detection, which kind of gives us the earth leakage current basically. So whenever there's a liquid metal, it will increase and the furnace will trip. But again, it gives the reading of the entire tank circuit. So there are, even if there is a water leakage somewhere, nuisance trippings happen, etc. So to mitigate that, we have introduced, if you see the bottom right corner of that screen, there is something called a BLD, which is a bottom earth leakage. So what it does is that apart from the regular GLD, which is there in furnaces, we are also added the bottom earth leakage, which gives you only the liquid metal earth leakage, not the entire tank circuit. So this is one way you can tell. Another technology that we have developed and we are launching in our latest model, which is called the hybrid furnace, is lining health detection. So we are We have developed this. It's already been tried. So whenever your lining is fine, this kind of screen is there in the PLC. And as the lining starts reducing, it'll turn yellow, it'll turn red when patching is required. And apart from that, in the home screen also, it is being shown. So we believe that this lining, this will be shown after every heat. So this coupled with the bottom earth leakage, I think the accidents can be prevented to a great extent. Coming to downtime reduction, see that's basically downtime. There's only one way to reduce it. That is through PLC and to remotely service your panel. So I'll just give you some snapshots since we don't have much time. There are 4 aspects to it. So one is the plant training. So what Megatherm does is that our clients, they send 2-3 of their plant engineers to us and we train them how to do basic panel servicing. And then we have the digital module, which is there in the panel. If we allow for remote access, then we can remotely service the panel. So I'll just give some snapshots of PLC screens, which are nowadays, used in induction furnaces. We get trends, the entire cooling system with pressures and temperatures available to you. Coil, lamination packet, whatever, temperatures, pressures are there in the crucibles, that is also given to you. And when you have all that data and when you have remote access, which means that head office, people can access the data, what's going on in your furnace. Then we have developed an app called Mega Link. So through that, you can make calls. So our head office will have all your furnace data through the PLC, and through Mega Link, all you have to do is, place a call and you can discuss the problem. So something like this is going to pop up. And, in this screen, you can do marking, you can do file sharing, you can do laser pointing to, exactly discuss with the plant engineer what has to be done. And the panel can be, serviced online, not just panel, any kind of problem can be serviced online. Apart from the major issues, but major issues are very rare, maybe only 10%, 90% of the time it's small issues which can be resolved online. Going to the next challenge, if you see operations monitoring and MIS. So major challenge for induction furnace based plants is charging. So if the furnace is not fed with DRI or scrap, then the melting will simply not take place. It leads to a lot of energy wastage, etc. So we have incorporated a slow charging alarm. So whenever the furnace is not getting charged, an alarm will be triggered, so that the melters, and it will be logged. So at the end of the day, the plant engineers will also know what's going on, and the melters will also be, on their toes. Apart from that, we have also integrated in our latest furnace, which is the hybrid furnace, load cells. So load cells will give you, accurate readings of what is the metal. And what we can do is that with the quantity of metal, we can modulate the power. So your furnace will not consume excess power while you're not charging the furnace basically. And after the entire thing, an MIS report will be given to you, which will share, how much was productive time, what was the slow charging time, what was the low power time. Slow charging means all the time the furnace was sitting for charge, but it was not getting charged. And also low power. A lot of times melters will reduce the, pot per se. So to match the charging. So all these will be recorded. So what will happen? The MIS part will be completely clear. What is the reason why we are not getting the performance? So all this is possible through PLCs. And finally, coming to the big challenge, that is very raw material price variations. So see, if you look at the major ones, it is basically the raw material DRI, scrap, whichever you're using, or both, and power. These are the 2 major ones. And see, DRI, scrap, while we are, as a furnace manufacturer, we can't do anything about that. But what we can do is about the power. So we can ensure that your power part will be minimum. And it's 2 aspects are there. One is power utilization and one is power wastage. Utilization means you have 10 megawatt power, you have 15 megawatt or 5 megawatt power, but you're not utilizing it. Your load factor is 3 mega. So what's the use of having the power? If you're 10 megawatt furnace, it's running at average load factor is 8 megawatt. So there was no use of having that power. And of course, the energy consumption, which means the power loss. So this is the aspect where we have tried to mitigate some of the raw material price variation. And for that, we had launched Green Furnace in 2018. And we had found out all the factors behind losses. So two types of losses are there: line losses and melting losses. All these details, you can come back to us. We'll share with you. I'm just running through the slides for time constraints. And we developed, a model by which we have calculated every stage what are the losses. And then in the green furnace, the line losses were addressed by incorporating 5 features. And the melting losses were arrested by incorporating 6 around the last 3 features. So just for example, like if you look at point number 2, nano cable design. So on your left hand side, you will see a standard water cooled cable, which is a long cable. And these, by the way, these cables carry a lot of electrical loss with them, a lot of current. So here we see that we have, eliminated the cable practically. It's a very small cable. So, we are eliminating a lot of losses. Where that is not possible, for example, a 45-ton furnace where the civil did not permit, what we are doing is we are adding a copper. So if you go back to our this slide, the first point, one is compact layout and improved copper sections. So if you see here, nano cable was not possible, but since it was not possible, we have given 8 water-cooled cables, which is more than the industry standard, to make sure that there is enough copper and the I2R losses are minimized. So similarly, there are a host of other features that we have incorporated, and they are up for discussion maybe whenever you can reach out to us. And so the green furnace, if you see overall in 2004 to 11, we used to get, with pure melting scrap, we used to get around 545 units, but that has been squeezed down to around 465, 475 units as of today. And as of today and and earlier, if you just compare, on the left hand side, different types of charge mix and the energy consumption which we are achieving now and what we have achieved earlier. And you will see that for scrap, this is for scrap, and you will see that roughly 250 rupees per ton savings has been achieved. So some amount of raw material fluctuation we have tried to address. The results are even more startling in sponge because of various other reasons. But we have also given some typical charge mix for sponge and the energy consumptions test heats and earlier. And over here also you will see that there is approximately 300 to 350 rupees per ton saving plus 8% higher productivity. So this is how we've tried to use technology and mitigate some of that. And finally, coming to the furnace design, so all furnaces are designed pretty much the same way for scrap and sponge. Only the power we vary the power input to match the the power density requirement. But with hybrid technology, actually, we've developed 2 different aspects. So this hybrid, apart from all the points that we discussed, like load cells, low charging alarm, all the other all the green furnace points, then the accident prevention system, the lining health system that we discussed. Apart from that, some 2 specific technologies have been incorporated in the hybrid furnace. So one is called the load factor maximizer. So I will not bore you with the technicals, but I'll just show you a practical example. So this is typically the load graph of an induction furnace for one heat. So it's a 15 megawatt furnace, as you can see. So if you see in this particular graph, we are showing that this furnace is not using any green furnace feature, which is low voltage stretching, nor is it using any hybrid furnace feature, which is load factor maximizer. So you will get a load graph which is like this, which is similar to most parallel circuit furnaces. Like furnaces are 2 types. One is a parallel circuit, one is a series design. So it's a very this is a typical load graph. The moment you add some green furnace technologies, which is voltage stretching, you achieve this kind of. So if you see the previous one, you see the beginning, the start, the power pickup is quite slow. And if you see here, the power pickup is quite sharp. So this has been achieved by voltage stretching in the green furnace. And now with the hybrid furnace, we have introduced, LFM, which is the load factor maximizer. Now you see the power pickup is just absolutely, straight away the full power is picked up and the entire power is maintained throughout. There's 94% load factor. Here you're seeing 95% load factor. It is improved because this is one of the end heats. So this is basically what we have achieved for scrap. For scrap, actually, the load factor becomes very important because It's the scrap is, more typically a high productivity environment. Coming to sponge, now it's a completely different thing. So in sponge iron, operations, we have seen that, for example, if you are using a 25-ton 10 megawatt furnace. So we have done this example, this test. Suppose we restrict the power to 8 megawatt. We are getting very good energy consumption, but the productivity is getting hit. And when we are making it 10 megawatt, then the productivity is very good, but the energy consumption maybe is increasing a little bit. The reason is the charging speed and the power density, it's not matching. That is basically what's happening. So to address that, we have launched the dual or quad inverter system. Basically, it's the dual means it'll be 2 inverters, quad is 4 inverters, and they will power the coil in various zones. So only where liquid metal and power is required. So we have seen approximately a further 15 kilowatt hours per ton means approximately 75 rupees of saving further. This is not applicable for scrap because the scrap gets filled right up to the top. This is for sponge mainly, and this minimizes coil losses. This achieves perfect balance between energy consumption and productivity. And and of course, right now it is dual inverter, and in future we will be coming up with the quad inverter. So thank you so much for the opportunity. Just one closing line. Induction furnaces have always been seen as a primitive and rather crude method, but slowly over the years, what you're finding is that the induction furnace manufacturers are also going towards moving towards technology to address all the plants issues, the operational issues. I'll close with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chondo, for a very interesting presentation on induction furnace technologies. And a couple of questions for you.
Yes.
One is that in the case of your mixed charge, that is DRI and scrap both together in an induction furnace,
yes,
what is the optimum ratio of these two charges so that you get the most optimum value in terms of your energy consumption?
So this is again depending on a lot of things. So mainly, what is the price of the raw material that you're getting? So if you have your own pellet production, typically we say that pellets. Let's talk two separately. One is scrap, one is sponge. So if you're talking about scrap belt like North India, Punjab, Mandi Govindgarh, Himachal, or west of India like Gujarat, Maharashtra. So in scrap belts, you have various types. You have light scrap, you have scrap sponge mix, maybe 20% sponge, 80% scrap, or you have the heavy melting scrap. So naturally, you will get very good results with heavy melting scrap, but the prices will also be higher. So it depends on in your particular region, what prices you're getting, that evaluation you have to do. What Megathum can do is we can give you the energy consumption that you will get across various charge mix, so that you can, best decide that.
Yeah.
Similarly for sponge, we have seen that plants which have their own pellet production will use more pellets. Higher pellets will, increase the energy consumption. But we have seen that if you use approximately 15% scrap, 15% pig, and about 70% sponge, where pellets are restricted to about 20%. That ratio is quite popular actually in Durgapur, Raipur side, and at that ratio, we've seen generally that you get a good energy consumption of under 700, and as well as you'll get decent productivity, and the prices will also be more or less. But again, it all depends on what is your price. So what Megathum can do is we can give you across charge mixes what will be your energy consumption and productivity, and then you can decide how best to
yeah. Since Mr. Chondo, because you are the biggest induction furnace producer in India and probably in the world. So
no, we are not the biggest. We are not the biggest. There are others also.
Okay.
But yeah, we are one of the
biggest. Okay. So basically, in your presentation, you have shown that when you use 100% scrap, and then as you increase the DRI content along with the scrap, your energy consumption increases.
Can I just share that slide? 1 second.
Yeah, you can share the slide.
Yeah, 1 minute. Then it will be easier to see. I'll just take the slide. Hold 1 second. Yeah.
Yes. So you have shown that for different ratios of scrap and sponge iron, how your energy consumption basically changes. Okay.
Yes.
Now, based on these figures, because you'll be privy to a lot of this type of different variation in your scrap and sponge iron ratios. Can you do some modeling work and come out with some optimum energy consumption values, which will tell you that if you use this type of a ratio, then your energy consumption will be the most optimum?
Yes, absolutely. So what happens is that all this data that we are seeing is basically out of a formula. We have the formula. So our entire our sales team has the formula. So whenever our sales team meets any customer, the customer gives us the charge mix. This is going to be my charge mix, and based on the formula, we are able to say this will be your energy consumption. So yes, there is a formula, and we do share it. So instead of a formula, what we do is we give it as a graph. So we have I have a graph where see another important aspect. If you look at the bottom, those double stars, that is tapping temperature. That is also very important. So it's not only the charge mix, the tapping temperature will also determine what is the energy consumption. So we have a graph which has but to answer your question simply, yes, there is a formula, and we do
I was
share.
just, after going through your presentation, I just thought about that if some academic institute like IIT is involved with, if you can collaborate with them to work out a model on the energy consumption vis-a-vis the charge ratio at different temperatures, a three-dimensional plot maybe, that would be very interesting, and it will help your customers also.
Yes, we are in fact engaged with IIT Kharagpur. Our plant is in Kharagpur. We are engaged with IIT Kharagpur, Jadavpur University, because our MD was ex Jadavpur JU person. So we are already engaged with various institutions for different electronics aspect as well as metallurgy. But this is not a topic of research. This is a pretty straightforward formula which is available with all induction furnace manufacturers. But yes, definitely. But this is an awareness for the customers that all manufacturers do have this. So whenever somebody has a question, they can easily ask the manufacturers for the formula or the graph.
Okay. The other thing is that one of the major challenges or constraints for an induction furnace user is basically the inclusion level, the phosphorus content in the steel.
Yes.
And also the sulfur content to some extent. So what is the suggestion from your end to basically control the phosphorus and sulfur content in an induction furnace produced steel, so that it can be used for value-added applications?
Yes. So see, I'm no metallurgy expert, so you can, in case I say something wrong, please pardon me. But what I have seen from my experience is that a very good solution, and probably what is going to be the future, that is using LRFs. So once what is happening compared to arc furnace, the induction furnace not only is less capital expensive, it is less, the turnaround time to set up a plant is quicker, as well as, in arc furnaces, a lot of metal wastage is there. I think the recovery of any even 100% metal will be somewhere around 93-94%. So a lot of metal is also lost. So OPEX, CAPEX, everything induction is better. But only, yes, the point is refining. It is true that phosphorus, 100% as of now, it has not 100%. It has not been achieved, but a lot of work is going on in terms of fluxes. We are also engaged with IITs for finding a solution for this. Other companies, manufacturers are also engaged doing their own R&D.
but everyone is more or less looking at that aspect, whereby in LRFs we will try to further refine the steel once the melting has been done in the induction furnace.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chamdok.
Thank you.
We move over to the next presentation, and this will be made by Mr. G.K. Sharan, Chief Mentor of Super Smelters Limited. Mr. Sharan, please.
Yeah, can you see me?
We can hear you.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody, and thank you, Steel and Metallurgy. Now, I find it to be a bigger challenge now that, to keep everybody alive after 4 hours of deliberations, very interesting. But then obviously people must have got tired. But I'll take very, very little time to say whatever I've got to the challenges. So see, the able predecessors, the speakers in this webinar have already spoken about the challenges. And I feel that whatever that I'll be speaking are probably maybe a repetition of whatever has been said. But then I would like to reiterate because I heard Madam Chaube and Mr. Mr. Mukesh Kumar, and they have deliberated on the challenges very well. But I feel that there are a couple of very important areas which needs interventions. Because, people are talking about technical and obviously all that is required, how to save energy, how to increase productivity, etc., etc. But I keep 300 million tons in my mind that we got to achieve by 2030. And if we got to achieve 2030, which means that the consumption, which is 70 to 80 kg per capita per person, now has got to go up to 145 to 150 kgs. Then only we'll be able to consume 300 million tons of steel. Now, what are we going to do about it, and how do we achieve this? This is a challenge. So, if 2003 we got only 7 to 8 years now left to achieve that, are we ready for it? Are we ready with it? You see, we can talk about technology, but then where is the raw material? Where is the logistics? How do we get our raw material? Today, we got to form an association to fight for the raw material because so much of pressure is there on raw material that we aren't getting it. And if it's raw material is there, then there's a cost of logistics. Things are not moving out because there's no rail connectivity, or the rakes are not available. Rakes are available for power plants and not for the steel plants. So I feel that logistic, be it rail, be it ship, by road, we have to have the strengthen the movement of raw materials from the pit up to the place of work. Say, for example, wherever there's a cluster, say if you are talking about Eastern India, then Durgapur, Asansol, Calcutta being the hub of activities. So when I'm talking about Eastern India because I'm more aware about Eastern India than others. Second thing is when we talk about larger organizations like NMDC, MOIL, all these are situated and they are catering to the requirements of companies around that area. Now what happens? Because we are not entitled to receive the raw materials from them. Why can't the government of India takes a decision that to open up some sort of a stockyard and all that, so that we also get the raw material which they are producing hell of a lot, so it's easier for us to get the raw materials from them. So this is a big challenge which the government must look into if we got to achieve 300 million tons. Then the rail from the mining area, Sevenal, Burbil, Joda, all these areas, we must have a rail connectivity faster to reach up to this area. And the railway must also gear up for a special corridor for supply of raw material. Otherwise, we've got to wait for quite some time to really produce our steel and then sell it in the market or make it available for you. So this is very important. Now ships, when we are moving ships, also we are importing raw material, then the movement of ship has also be faster. The road connectivity, which is vital, especially from area where, from some Joda, Barbil area, where the rail connectivity sometimes are very difficult. We should have highways now to bring all these raw materials, which a vehicle starts from that place, it takes 5 days, it gets stuck somewhere and it doesn't reach the eastern part. So now that also needs to be strengthened. The government of India must spend. So the steel will also get consumed in making that road, and also will facilitate reaching the raw material to this thing. Then raw material security is another, which I talked about NMDC, I've talked about MOIL. I also talked about the government of India is taking a hell of a lot of activities, doing a lot of activity in auctioning these mines and collieries. But then the method and the system is very slow. If we got to keep 300 million tons in focus, then it has to be absolutely fast pace, which means that any auction, they should have been done yesterday instead of tomorrow and then waiting for things to happen. So it cannot be allowed to go into its own motion. It has to be expedited. So this is one area which I feel that it requires interventions of the government. All statutory clearances, say example, forest clearances and all that, it should be in place before it is auctioned. The government of India must ensure that we must have all the clearance, because once you open it, it takes 2.5 to 3 years for any entrepreneur to go and run around from pillar to post to get it cleared. No, the government should start a task force to get these clearances done on a fast this thing. Third, see, IBM has created that 0.45 Fe content iron ore fines are good enough for pelletization. But where are we getting that beneficiation for 0.45? I haven't heard about any company giving you, where you can beneficiate and get 0.45 Fe content to about 60-62%. One. Number two, it is extremely difficult to get clearance from Ministry of Environment and Forest for a beneficiation plant where, tailing pond you got to make. They don't allow all this. So that also needs to be clarified and cleared that, today, if you are keeping 0.45 and we are unable to extract, then the government shows a reserve of X million tons, but actually it's not extractable. It cannot be converted into pellet. So that needs to be seen. And then last but not the least, you have the increase in the consumption. Now, I understand that the parliamentary committee has been formed to, they are looking into how to increase the consumption of steel in the rural areas specifically, because that's one area which needs a lot of development. There's a lot of opportunity lies there in increasing the consumption. So, but that has to be with a lightning speed. Whatever, they can form committees of the industry associations and all that, and ensure they must have a task force which can really go to villages and ensure what is the way that we can increase the consumption. Well, a couple of cities making new good cities and all that will not use the consumption. We have to be very aggressive in that area. And to spot the demand, we must do this. And then obviously, all this part of demand takes up. Then you have investments coming. And when the investments are coming, then you have to have a soft loan available from the banks to finance steel sector so that they are able to generate more money, more consumption. And for that, the government of India must come forward and say that, yes, for steel sector, there's a priority sector. We have to achieve 300 million ton. So soft loan will be available, or loans, or entrepreneurs should be allowed that investment that they can make it and take loans. So these are the most important things which came to my mind. And I think liberal funding is essentially required. So with all these challenges, if we meet, probably we'll be able to achieve 300 million tons. So it's not only the job of a government, but then all the private associations along with the government should join hand and or brainstorm it as to what they should do in every area, east, west, north, south, all should sit together and decide how can we achieve all those challenges which I mentioned right now, and then ensure that the government and the private entrepreneurs, both whatever model that they adopt, they achieve this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sharan, for so nicely presenting the different types of interventions that will be required mainly from the government of India to ramp up our capacity from the present level of 142 million tons to 300 million tons. And you have emphasized the need and the importance of logistics in terms of infrastructure, railway corridors, high-speed corridors, railway, transportation system, highways, and and single window clearances, for example, to basically facilitate the process of transition from our present level to the 300 million tons by 2031. So, Ankit, if there is any question for
I have some couple of questions.
Yeah, please.
Yes. So, Mr. Sharan, first of all, thank you very much for your presentation. Secondly, you told that it's pretty difficult to keep people awake, but it is one of the reasons I am still until here because if you look at the presentation panel today, only 3 steel companies of this scale are participating, and of which Mr. Patwari from Rashmi didn't turn up. So it ends up with you from Super Smelters, and the second one is BSRM for Bangladesh. So that is the reason I was really waiting forward to your talk, especially how you feel the challenges. If I am not wrong, your company is located in Jammuria, right?
Yeah, very right.
Right. And just to know for my kind of outlook, what's the export outlook of your company in terms of pellets and billets?
You see, we are internally consuming all the pellets, right? And now what has happened is we are putting up another plant, which is likely to come up very shortly, which may probably in a couple of months, we'll be commissioning the second plant of about 1.5 million ton. So that will be used, and probably we'll be in a position to export some. Okay. Obviously, when you talk about the export, we are exporting ferrosilicon to various countries, Far East countries, Middle East countries, Europe, and also billets to Bangladesh.
Okay.
Okay. So this is the export area where we generally do it. But then if you look at the total sale versus the export, I suppose it's a very small sum. Yeah,
so is it because the capacity is not that, or you're consuming
yes
more material?
No, that is both. So you see, whatever present consumption of pellet is there, we are consuming it ourselves. Excepting and whenever suppose the plant is not operational for some reason or the other, then we export. We have exported also. During pandemic, we exported a hell of a lot of pellets abroad. But we are consuming ourselves. But now with the increased capacity, because we are also increasing capacity in our plant, putting up new furnaces, putting up a sponge iron plant. There are other sister companies which are coming up. They will also be consuming a lot of pellets. So therefore, we hope that we should have some surplus, which we will be in the position to export. Yes.
I will contact you separately personally, because as I said in my talk, that we are trying to set up a way of exporting billet from India for the other countries, and the problem is the export infrastructure is not very well developed. So this is something we might come into a
absolutely. Please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, If there are no further questions, we go to the next and the final presentation. And this presentation will be made by Dr. Swaran Bedarkar, General Manager, Project Metallurgy of Electrotherm India Limited. Dr. Bedarkar, please.
Am I audible to you? Good evening,
Yes,
everybody.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
you are audible.
So, thank you, Dr. Datta, and thank you, Steel and Metallurgy, for giving us opportunity to give the presentation in this conference, in this webinar. Today's topic is induction furnace-based steel plants, challenges and opportunities. This is Swaran Bedarkar. Now, in one slide, I will talk a brief about Electrotherm India Limited. That Electrotherm India Limited has 3 divisions: engineering and technology division, steel and pipe division, and electrical vehicles. We also make electric vehicles. In engineering and technology division, we supply iron and steel making equipments. These are the various lists I will explain. We also make transformer, and we also make galvanized and fabricated structures. Now, in iron and steel making equipments, we make induction furnaces, we make melting furnaces. In induction furnace, we enjoy the share of about 70-75% in the market. We also make refining equipment such as lateral refining furnace, AOD converter. We make continuous casters. We also supply rotary kilns for sponge iron making. We also supply captive power plant. We take up turnkey projects in various plants from 0.3 million ton, from 0.5 million ton. We supply foundry equipments. We supply productivity improvement equipment. Along with this, we also supply air pollution control equipment and induction heating and hardening equipment. Now, when we make all these equipments, as I have shown here, we also have this 0.5 million ton induction furnace based steel making plants, where we have 2 micro blast furnaces from where we make ductile iron pipe, and we have SMS also, steel melting unit. So any equipment when we make, or any technology upgradation that we want to do, we first test that thing in our steel plant, and then we give it to our customers. So we test ourselves so that the customer should not get any difficulty. So we are a unique company where we supply equipments, and we also have our own induction furnace based steel plants. Now, background of today's presentation. We all know that the steel production of India in 2019 was about 111 million ton per annum. Due to COVID in 2020, it has come down to about 100 million ton per annum. But despite pandemic, the steel industry was trying to do the best, or trying to do the maximum. The goal given by the ministry, that is 300 million ton by 2030. It was really a huge task, and because of this pandemic, we have gone down. But we feel that though this is Herculean task, we will do maximum. That steel industry will do maximum to achieve the target, and whatever will be the number. Induction furnace industry will do again, or will try to write a story in India's steel making, because this is the pie chart where you can see BF, BOF steel making, EAF steel making, and induction furnace based steel making, where induction furnace based steel making enjoys about 30%. That is, the 1/3 of India's steel is being produced by induction furnace based steel plants. So even in future, or even in by 2030, the number may not be say 300, but even if we achieve say 240, 230, we feel that induction furnace will keep on contributing the same thing, that is 1/3. And so the number will be about 80 million ton, or say 90 million ton from induction furnace. So this is again a huge number, and the steel that induction furnaces will be putting into the market, they have to be quality steel, or the steel has to be recognized by various steel users. Now, if we see an overview of induction furnace-based steel plants, then in early 80s, the induction furnaces were limited to foundries. But over the years, from 1 ton to 60 ton induction furnaces are available in the market, and this has not happened overnight. From 1 ton, it has gone to 3 ton, to 8 ton, to 15 ton, to 20 ton, 30 ton, 40 ton, 50 ton, and now 60 ton. So over the year, this has been achieved. Now, the products that are made by these induction furnace steel makers are TMT bars, angles, channels. These are long products. Then there are some steel makers who also make alloy steel, low alloy steel. Stainless steel production using induction furnace AOD route is also well known. Again, nowadays, induction furnace-based steel makers have also started producing the semi sheets, that is the sheets of say 650 or say 300, 250 mm width. So they call it patra mill or say patra, but not big sheet, a semi sheet we can say. So induction furnace steel makers have these products in the market, and the main raw material for production of steel to these induction furnace steel makers are steel scrap and sponge, and in various ratios these materials are used. We will just see how they are made. That first of all, they are melted in induction furnace, this sponge iron or scrap, in various ratios. Now these ratios also depending on in which part of the country the steel plant has been located. That Maharashtra region uses 90% scrap, 10% sponge iron, whereas the eastern part, that is Raipur or West Bengal, they use 90% sponge iron and only 10% scrap. So it mainly governed by the economics of the prices of sponge iron and scrap. So whatever will be the charge that is available, first of all, it is melted into the induction furnace. It is once melting is over, it is tapped into the ladle. Then the ladle goes to ladle refining furnace, where refining in terms of sulfur and phosphorus is done, inclusion flotation is done, dissolved gases are removed, and then the steel goes to continuous casting machine. From continuous casting machine, it goes to rolling. So this is a typical flow chart of induction furnace-based steel plants. If raw materials such that the elements are under control, then induction furnace steel makers, they try to avoid this ladle refining furnace, considering it as extra cost. Even if they are not able to control, many times they skip ladle refining furnace and go to, and the ladle is sent directly to the caster, which is not appropriate route of steel making. We always promote, as equipment supplier, we always promote that induction furnace should be equipped with ladle refining furnace. Now, coming to the today's topic, challenges of induction furnace-based steel plant, we will see what are the challenges that this induction furnace-based steel industry is facing. One by one we will see, and one by one we will see how it can be elaborated and how it can be addressed. So first of all, quality of steel. Induction furnace-based steel plants in coming future, when we envisage that they may produce about 80 million ton or 90 million ton, so the steel has to be quality steel. There is no option to this quality. So quality steel production is must. Higher production capacities, as I elaborated that over the years, the capacities have been increased. Now in coming future, the 60 ton, 80 ton, or even the bigger furnaces are expected. And as these capacities or the production capacities are increasing, the steel plants will be bigger and bigger. So the infrastructure or the facilities to address these higher capacity steel plant, that has to be there. So that is again a very big challenge. Now, if we talk about product range, so product range presently, if we see, if we talk about induction furnace, then mainly people talk about TMT bars. So okay, or a long product. But as I mentioned that some of the steel makers have started producing this low alloy steel, even a strip mill or say patra or say semi sheet. And as the capacities will be increasing in future, even if today it is a small plant, it is going to increase its capacity. So product range is going to be wider. The induction furnace steel makers will not be restricted only to TMT bar manufacturing. And along with this, when we say all these things, continuous R&D is required because steel plants are going to be bigger. Even if it is a small furnace, the continuous R&D or technology upgradation is must for induction furnace-based steel making. And the most important thing is environment protection, because when we make steel, the fumes are going to come. So these fumes have to be captured effectively. They have to be processed and then they have to send to the environment. So we will see one by one all these factors. First of all, quality of steel. Now, steel has to be clean. Quality means first it comes clean. The steel has to be clean. Then it has to be cast properly. It has to be rolled properly. Then whatever the treatment which has to be given to the steel, it is given. But the first thing to get good quality steel is the clean steel. Clean steel means all the elements should be under control, and the notorious elements in steel are sulfur and phosphorus. So they have to be controlled, they have to be treated, the steel has to be refined. Again, along with this, control of gases, the inclusion, oxygen, mainly we talk in terms of inclusions. Again, along with that, there is hydrogen, there is nitrogen. So these gases have to be under control. And then inclusion. When we make steel, the inclusions, they are supposed to come. So these inclusions have to be removed and steel has to be clean. And the most effective way to clean steel is use of ladle refining furnace. Even after ladle refining furnace, many steel grades require vacuum treatment. If they are going for forging, hydrogen has to be under control. So these steel have to be treated under vacuum. But these are various ways to produce clean steel. Next thing is, when we say a ladle refining furnace, if we compare induction furnace steel making with basic oxygen furnace or electric arc furnace, then after basic oxygen furnace, the steel has to be treated through the ladle refining furnace. It is must, because the gases remain in the range of say 1000 ppm. Inclusions are also there, so it is a compulsion for that route. For electric arc furnace also, gas injection is there, oxygen injection is there, or foamy slag practice has to be there. So dissolved gases or inclusion levels are higher, so it has to be treated through ladle refining furnace. But when people melt steel through induction furnace, if it is 100% scrap, then the gases level remain in the range of say 110 ppm. So many times people skip. They allow these gases to remain or inclusion to remain in steel, and they skip this ladle refining furnace, and they hamper. In a process, the steel quality is hampered. So the best way to address this challenge is use of ladle refining furnace in the steel plant. So when induction furnace also uses ladle refining furnace, so this chain is complete. So even if a steel, when the steel is processed through ladle refining furnace, the route from where it has come, whether it is BOF, EAF, that becomes immaterial, because steel is treated with ladle refining furnace, the inert gas purging is done, calcium treatment is done, the inclusions are floated, the dissolved gases are under control. So steel really in a way becomes very good quality of steel. So use of ladle refining furnace in induction furnace based steel plants is must. Now, high production capacities. If we say the induction furnace based steel plants, then the capacities vary from, it is really surprising that 25,000 ton per annum to, you can call it nano steel plant. It is not even a mini or even a micro. But if the steel maker has 6 ton or 8 ton induction furnace, through which he produces about 25,000 ton steel in a year. And again, there are steel plants who produce 2 million ton, 2.5 million ton, but this 2 or 2.5 million ton steel is being produced through number of furnace. Say the plant is having say 25 induction furnace, battery of induction furnaces. So this is presently the way, but the change has come over the years. As I mentioned, capacities are increasing day by day. Previously, the steel maker who was installing about 4 10-ton induction furnaces. Presently, he can install 140-ton induction furnace and get the same productivity or even a better productivity. The steel producer who was installing 3 8-ton induction furnace presently can install a 25-ton induction furnace and get the same production. So day by day, the sizes of induction furnace steel plants are increasing. If we take the example, there is a very good number in steel market that some and so plant is producing say 0.8 million ton or 1 million ton. So with the sizes are increasing, it is very much possible for these induction furnace based steel plants to install just 3 induction furnace and produce 1 million ton. So for an example, one can install 36 megawatt 80 ton 3 induction furnace and produce 1 million ton steel. He can again produce say 2 furnaces produce 0.7 million ton. He can produce 28 megawatt 60 ton induction furnace, which is a reality now. Can install 3 furnace and produce 0.8 million tons. So the capacities of the steel plants are increasing, and in a process, the battery of furnaces are reducing, and with 2 to 3 furnaces, these production capacities can be achieved. Now, when these bigger and bigger furnaces are coming into the market, so steel makers are increasing their sizes. Infrastructure development is also very important. One of the speaker was talking about infrastructure availability in the plant. So these infrastructures, they are also increasing. Now, as I said, the induction furnaces have 2 main raw materials, sponge iron and steel scrap. So these materials, whether they are available or the location is such that what kind of economics is fit for this. So before putting up the plant or before the planning, these things are very important, because when we talk about bigger furnaces, the raw materials become very important. Along with the availability of these materials, whether the feeding facilities are available, and to feed the furnace properly, the sponge iron has uniform size. So sponge iron has this advantage that being uniform size, it can be easily fed into the furnace through vibro feeders. But steel scrap, they come in uneven shape though, so the steel scrap has to be processed properly. SMS or the steel plant should have separate steel processing unit where they are processing the scrap, and then with the help of vibro feeders, they are feeding into the induction furnace. So the induction furnace should never remain hungry. It has to be fed properly. And over the years, this was the problem, that furnaces where the limitation was the power for induction furnace steel maker. Giving power supply is not a problem, but how to feed the furnace, that was the problem. And with mechanized charging, these problems have been solved. So feeding facilities are available, and then the most important thing is automation in the plant. In coming slides, we will see what automations are being provided. Now, this is about melting facilities, but when the melting facilities or the larger capacities are coming, the high-speed casters or the steel has to be cast at high speed, because traditional casters were operated at 1 or 2 meter per minute this casting speed. But nowadays, with these bigger furnaces and high melting capacities, high speed casters are required. Along with that, high speed rolling is again required. And from this, the billet making to rolling, if there is a lag in temperature for this billet, there has to be in between inline billet heater. So these are various infrastructure facilities that are required in a steel plant. If somebody has very larger capacities of steel, even for 15 ton, 20 ton, 40 ton, 50 ton, 60 ton, or even 80 ton, these facilities are must nowadays. Now, product range. As I mentioned there in that slide, that induction furnace, when it comes into the picture, immediately we say long product or say TMT bars or angle channel. But now steel makers have started producing alloy steel or low alloy steel, say EN19, EN19A, EN40, EN40, which these are the grades that induction furnace steel makers are producing, and they are supplying into the market. They have successfully developed the market, and now with this they are also coming with these narrow sheets, or say semi sheets, where the width like BF plants have width of about say 1200 or 1500, but induction furnace has the steel sizes, the furnace sizes are 60 ton, 80 ton. They are going with the sheets of say 600, 650, 400, 300. So these types of sheets induction furnace based steel plants have started producing, and with these they produce these HR pipes, CR pipes, galvanized sheet. So these products, the diversified products have started penetrated into the market by induction furnace players. So the product range is getting wider and wider. It is just not limited to induction these long products. And these are not small capacities that we can say 300,000 tons per annum, or say 0.5 million ton, 0.75 million tons. So these capacities are considerably big, and these plants are bringing these products into the market in the coming future. Now, continuous R&D in the field of induction furnace. When we say that capacities are increasing or the productivity is increasing, so continuous R&D is must, and the R&D means high uptime of the induction furnace. See, if we talk about induction for this electrotherm induction furnaces, we always enjoy uptime of about 95, even 97% after the commissioning for initial few years. So this is really high uptime for electrotherm induction furnaces. So high uptime is really very, very important to get good productivity of induction furnace based steel plants. Now again, nowadays you will see these technologies, that Ethernet connectivity, big data, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things. So when we say from 8 ton to 60 ton, 50 ton induction furnaces are producing steel, number of steel. So a lot of data is available. This data can be processed properly, and as Dr. Datta said, the model has been developed by Electrotherm, and with this we estimate how much kilowatt is required or how much kWh per ton steel the furnace will be consuming, and accordingly we monitor the data that in the beginning of heat we display the kWh per ton which will be consumed by induction furnace, and accordingly we monitor using all these facilities. Even artificial intelligence has also been introduced in the induction furnace. We will see in coming slides. High power density furnaces. Now how we will address, we will also see that high power means what is the power density. Innovation in furnace layout. Traditionally number of furnaces are there, battery of furnaces are there. Instead of that, 2 to 3 furnaces and the same productivity we are getting. So this is also very important, and continuous R&D is required. We are the only one who can change the layout of plant, or we can suggest a good layout to the steel maker, and we can bring new things. Adaptation or acceptance of newer technologies. So this is again when the technology is available, we should adapt this in our newer technologies. Now the most important thing along with this, that when we make steel, the fumes are going to generate. So it is very important that we capture these fumes effectively, process them effectively, and then send to the environment. So along with steel making, environmental protection is also very, very important. Now, how Electrotherm is addressing these problems, that Electrotherm has developed LDFOS technology, where using ladle refining furnace, we can reduce phosphorus and sulfur. This has been monitored by Government of India. Government of India has sent a special committee to observe this process in Electrotherm steel plant. They have given their report. Along after the report, we have meeting with Ministry of Steel. They accepted the technology. After that, Even from IIT Bombay, from NIT Nagpur, the professors have visited and they have certified this technology. So with the help of LDFOS technology, we have supplied number of LRFs which can control phosphorus and sulfur. When the main charge material is say scrap and sponge iron, and they are melted in induction furnace using ladle refining furnace, we can produce a clean steel. So Electrotherm has developed this ladle refining furnace, developed this LDFOS technology, and in number of plants it has been supplied. Now, high production capacities, when we say, so where Electrotherm is, so as I said, the capacities have increased. So Electrotherm was the pioneer in giving bigger and bigger furnaces of that time, whether it is 3 ton, 6 ton or 10 ton furnace in say 1994. Electrotherm has envisaged the use of induction furnace in steel making and given the biggest furnace of that time. So even if it is a 15 ton induction furnace in 1994, 25 ton in 2004. So Electrotherm was the first one to introduce this bigger furnace. Now in 2021, we are coming up with 60 ton induction furnace, single induction furnace, 60 ton induction furnace. And in next year, we will also be coming most probably with 80 ton induction furnace. So these sizes are increasing for the induction furnace steel making, and Electrotherm is playing very important role in this. Now, as I said about raw materials, so considering that it is just not we are supplying the induction furnace.
If you can kindly conclude in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, just 3-4 minutes.
Sure.
So Electrotherm is supplying these rotary kilns along with power plant. It is also supplying this scrap processing equipment. You can see, because if 40 ton furnace or say 60 ton furnace, we say even if it is 20% scrap, the amount will be very big and the scrap shape is uneven. So the scrap has to be processed and the feeding of these raw materials has to be mechanized in induction furnace. Now, this is about raw materials, but considering the same induction, this Electrotherm has introduced DTI 490 induction furnace into the market, which has all these upcoming technologies or latest technologies such as Ethernet connectivity, Internet of Things, big data handling. All these technologies are incorporated in DTI 490, where 490 represents kWh per ton, and these are actual figures that say the actually scrap is not 99% yield. It is the yield of say 95 to 96%, which is actual number. And the sponge iron yield is actually 80 to 83%. So when we use 90% scrap and 10% sponge, and the power consumption with Electrotherm furnaces is 490. So this is the name of that. We also call it DIFOC furnace, that digital inverter fiber optic control. And where, like a computer, it has a single microprocessor unit. Number of cards have gone. It is a single unit, motherboard. And artificial intelligence has also incorporated that wherever in the furnace, anywhere the problem is there, it takes the picture, it encircles it, and it sends the picture through mobile, through internet, it sends the picture to the steel maker. It also indicates what is the defect or what is the problem or what is the alarm it has come. This is again, you can see the furnace ends. You can see furnace has taken the picture and it has sent to the steel maker. So it is very easy to repair the furnace. Just the time of just a couple of minutes are required. Now the most important thing is the remote diagnostic lab or say remote commissioning. See, in this pandemic, many of the steel makers which were not the customers of Electrotherm, they faced the problem of they had purchased the new furnace, but commissioning was not possible because the engineer was not able to reach for them. But Electrotherm has developed these facilities 4 or 5 years back, where we have remote diagnostic lab, and we have done number of commissioning, about 15-20 commissionings online. Whether the steel plant is in say Middle East, it is in Africa, it is any part in India, we connect through our station to the furnace and we do commissioning. Even if at night some problem has come. The steel maker connects its furnace to our remote diagnostic lab, and the problem is solved. It is just a matter of, say, a couple of minutes. Now, after this melting technology, Electrotherm has developed bullet caster, and bullet caster is helping steel makers to do direct rolling. Now, what is direct rolling? Once previously, about say 7-8 years back, the billets were produced, they were cut, they were cooled down to room temperature. Again, they were sent to reheating furnace and they were sent to rolling mill. So there was a loss of about 0.8 gigajoule per ton of energy in reheating. But billet comes out at say 1050 degrees Celsius. So bullet casters are giving this temperature. So they have to just cut the billet and send directly to the rolling mill. So this cooling and heating business, it is avoided. The steel maker is saving money. And the most important thing is the reheating furnace, which were generating gases or fumes, that are avoided. Now, again, with this, if there is a lag of about 100-150 degrees Celsius, then after caster, we also supply these inline billet heaters where the temperatures are increased by 100-150 degrees Celsius and they help direct rolling. Now, product range for the induction furnace steel maker. These are the equipments that Electrotherm has developed and supplied in the market. But steel makers have developed these various products that we discussed, long product sheet patra, so I'm not going into the detail. But to produce alloy steel or stainless steel, steel makers do require AOD converter, and Electrotherm 25 years back or about 30 years back has developed this AOD converter, and number of steel makers are using this AOD converter that sizes maybe say 10 ton, 15 ton induction furnace, but even that small size steel maker is producing stainless steel using Electrotherm AOD converters. Continuous R&D we have discussed, but the most important thing to mention is high powered induction furnace. And when we say high powered induction furnace, previously 15 ton induction furnace was equipped with 6 megawatt power. Now it is equipped with 7.5 megawatt power. Even previously 20 ton, 7.5, now it has increased power to 10 megawatt, 20 ton, 12 megawatt, 25 tons. So high powered induction furnaces are available, even 16 megawatt, 30 ton. So high powered induction furnace, because now feeding is not a limitation to these induction furnace. So that is why these high power induction furnace have become realities. I will just show you.
Dr. Saab, will you please conclude?
Small videos. Yes. It is over last slide. How the fume capturing has done for induction furnace, AOD converter, and LRF. So fume capturing is very, very important to protect the environment. Along with this, these are just photographs. I will conclude my presentation saying that induction furnace based steel plants play a very important role in India's story of steel production. A large amount of steel is expected to be produced through this induction furnace route in near future. And so bigger and bigger steel plants will be coming, and Electrotherm is equipped to supply these bigger and bigger steel plants. Along with meeting challenges, creating newer and newer opportunities, it is very important to capture the fume, process them, and then release to the environment. So to protect our mother earth. So even Electrotherm has developed this pollution control equipment, and they are supplying successfully to the market. So thank you very much. Thank you for bearing with us. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Bederkar, for a very comprehensive presentation on induction furnace technology and the need, future outlook for higher speed of casting, higher rolling rates, and basically continuous casting with direct rolling through some inbuilt heating process of the billets. So that's the future trend with LRF, with ladle refining furnace as to refine the steel, to make a clean steel with the lowest inclusion content. And thank you very much for this presentation. We are at the end of the technical session, and I would like to thank all the panelists for very comprehensive presentations on the subjects. Over to Ankit.
Yeah, I will just stop the participant sharing. Yeah. So, yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Datta, for managing the session so well. Now we are towards the end of our webinar today. So I would request Mr. R.K. Vijay Vargia, who is consultant SRTMI, to just sum up and give his concluding remarks.
Okay, I am Singhal. I had sent a question for Mr. Vedarkar. How is the response of the people for LRF, the induction furnace units? The old units, how are they going for LRF, or they are still persisting with the old one without LRF?
No, there are number of orders. We have supplied more than 32 ladle refining furnaces. So yeah, and that even over the period of say 4 or 5 years. So people are really adopting this technology to produce clean steel. Just the only
says or not. What about the
Pardon me?
finance? Whether they have the finances? People have.
Yeah, the cost. See, if we see total SMS cost, then the ladle refining furnace cost is not much. So they are not bothered about capital cost, but yeah, many a times they say that LRF, they don't get the realization of this clean steel from the market because they are being from induction furnace route. So many times when they don't get acceptance from the market, they stop using this ladle refining furnace. But many of the steel makers who are making these pipes, small diameter pipes, or say sheets, HR sheets, they are compulsorily using this ladle refining furnace. Even TMT makers.
What drive you are doing to make the people using LRF? What is your because you are claiming that 1/3 of the steel will be produced by LRF in the coming years.
Yeah, sir. We are making even with.
Are you trying to spread the awareness and recently the article in construction world so that about the phosphorus and things. So for that our SRTMI had to do a good research. Dr. Mukesh Kumar was supposed to do a lot of research how all these things have happened. So what is your line? Are you trying to educate them? Are you trying to spread the awareness about LRF among the people, because many of them are not very educated about metallurgy and other things?
Yeah, you have rightly pointed out that in induction furnace steel industry, not much metallurgists are there. So over last 8-10 years, we are continuously doing number of seminars. Even we have made, when Dr. Sharma was there in Ministry of Steel, we have made number of presentation along with her. We at various customer, even we do one-to-one meeting, and we explain the use of lateral refining furnace. We have number of furnaces. As I said, our market share is about 70-75% in this induction furnace based.
Big responsibility on your shoulders.
Pardon me?
Big responsibility on your shoulders to provide the quality.
Yeah. The whole team is working hard to make awareness about this lateral refining furnace in induction furnace.
Also, it is necessary that you educate them.
Yes.
The end also you kept our interest alive, and I'm really grateful to you and also to metallurgy. It reminds me of a presentation by Dr. Khera in the afternoon at 2 o'clock when we had lunch in Taj, sumptuous lunch, and everybody was sleeping. Dr. Khera came and everybody was enlightened. So thank you. Something similar. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Singhal.
Thank you, Mr. Singhal, for your question, and as well as Dr. Bedarkar. So now we will move on to Mr. R.K. Vijay Vargia, consultant SRTMI. And I would request Mr. Vijay Vargia to kindly sum up today's webinar and give your concluding remarks.
Good evening to all panelists and speakers, moderators, participants, and the host. See, this our inaugural session started with the welcome address by Mr. Ranjan Bandyopadhyay, and in his welcome address, while welcoming all the panelists, he emphasized that there is a need for forward and backward integration of the induction furnace units. And then we had a very important address by our chief guest, keynote address by Ms. Rasika Chobe. And she mentioned that as per JPC data, there are 823 induction furnace producing 46 million ton and 38 electric car furnace producing 40 million ton in the country. And these units are spread in 14 units, 14 states of the country. Another interesting thing she mentioned is that there is a highest number of units in Punjab, and second highest is in Tamil Nadu. But the capacity wise, highest production is from Odisha and second highest is from Chhattisgarh. So this was a very interesting information, though available in the JPC bulletin. Then she mentioned about the value addition through a possibility through PLI scheme, which the government has recently launched. And also then she mentioned about the various government schemes for the development of the country where the mini steel industry can take use of by producing, manufacturing special steel product for meeting the needs of these schemes like Sagarmala and infrastructure development, etc. Then she summarized the challenges in EAF and IAF route. In EAF route, there is a problem of availability of electricity, which is basically a state subject. Then cost of electricity is also an issue. Availability of graphite electrode, non-availability of scrap. Then in induction furnace area also, there is a constraint regarding availability of raw material, power tariff, logistic cost, and another issue which is mainly pertaining to the technology of with the induction furnace producer, that is the quality of steel, particularly the phosphorus content. Here the technical, she emphasized that technical upgradation is required. And induction furnace also has to ramp up their R&D facilities. In fact, I feel it is not ramping up. It should be the starting of the R&D facilities in induction furnace area. Then she mentioned that our country has committed to the carbon neutrality by 2050. So, and there has been a study sponsored by Ministry to TERI regarding low carbon steel sector, and where we must now steel industry both in the mini sector as well as primary sector, that he has to gear up for reduction of CO2 in steel production. And coming to other things, she also mentioned about the Purvodaya scheme. What are the initiative government is taking regarding its policy of steel cluster? And she mentioned that Kalinganagar, about the pilot project being taken up at Kalinganagar. And so overall, it was a very interesting welcome address and very elaborate. Then the second address was from Dr. Mukesh Kumar of Director, Steel Research and Technology Mission of India. Then he started that nowadays there are two things which are talked about a lot. One is climate change and another is circular economy. And in both these issues, both these things, there is an issue regarding in the mini steel plant, because mini steel plant also contribute a lot for CO2 emission. We have to take care of that. And circular economy can definitely improve the competitiveness of mini steel sector. And then he mentioned about the 11 studies which has been recently commissioned by Niti Aayog, and where the Steel Ministry has made a study regarding circular economy in metal sector, and this report has been submitted, and maybe very soon this report will be put for the general public. Then he mentioned about the quality issues in the induction furnace, and emphasized that ladle refining is definitely needed. And he also mentioned about the new technology, that is GRO unit, where simultaneously sulfur and phosphorus can be GOR technology, gas oxygen reformer unit, where which can give a very good refining required by special steel grades. Then Then Mr. Arun Agarwal, Director Technical of Macon, gave a very elaborate presentation. He started with the global crude steel scenario, where he mentioned that the share of India is about 5.3%, and he gave some information about export and import of finished steel, and what is the what has been the growth pattern of the secondary steel sector as per the data he obtained from the JPC bulletins. Then regarding the issues in the mini steel sector, he divided the issues in several parts. There's one is technical part, managerial part, and R&D and technology related, and he emphasized, rather he elaborated each and every point in detail. Then he suggested that there are very good opportunities in Indian mini steel sector, and there has been a very poor R&D spending in this area, and there has been inclination. There has not been inclination for adopting new technology. There has been rather low inclination in adopting new technology in mini steel sector. And he counted various opportunities like scrap possibility of scrap creating and value-added steel production, adoption of latest process control and automation technology, then developing industrial hubs, then attracting FDI and NRI involvement in mini steel sector, then focusing on export market and focusing on import substitution. Then he also mentioned about the various innovations which has happened recently in the rectifier furnace, which can reduce the power consumption, which can reduce the tap to tap time, give less energy consumption, and also reduce the electrode consumption. Then he mentioned about the new capacity mini mills regarding new technology in this area by various technology supplier, which has been their marketing as per their patented names. And he emphasized that there is a need for a separate R&D institute to address the R&D problems of the mini steel sector. And maybe he said, our this Biju Patnaik Institute of Steel, which has been there in the Odisha, can be developed and geared up for undertaking R&D in mini steel sector. Then then mini steel plants should diversify in other areas also. For other product areas like flat product also, they should diversify. Quality of sponge iron is a problem for many steel plants. And then temperature control before rolling is required for ensuring good quality of products from mini steel sector. And there is a need for a common laboratory or test facilities, maybe somewhere in Raipur and Bhiwadi, for the for ensuring the quality control of the products of the mini steel sector. Then coming to the presentation of Mr. T. Saminathan, CMD of KESL, he gave a brief presentation, and we said that we have to consume all our iron ore fines, which we have in next 40 years, which we have now and which we are generating in near future, because maybe after 30-40 years, there is no need of utilizing iron ore fines. There is no possibility of utilizing iron ore fines in steel industry, because by that time, maybe a lot of scrap is available and good technologies are available for producing steel through scrap, which will be very conducive to the environment. And so primary steel making may not be needed in future. So we should try that whatever iron ore fines are available with us, we should consume as fast as possible. And that was all about the inaugural session. Coming to technical session, and technical session, we started with very interesting and encouraging presentation from Ms. Radhika Markan. Then it was very nice to know that their order book has increased even in COVID period, she mentioned that in 2018, they had 34 orders, which increased to 54 orders in 2019, and then 45 in 9 months working in 2020 and 2021. Within these 7 months, with 2 months of lockdown in Maharashtra, they have received 56 orders. So that means it gives a good indication that still production will be increasing in the country. And they have got so many orders from outside also. And she mentioned and she enlightened us that there were 3 types of order. That is conversion order, new technology order, and there is a demand from smaller capacity. Then Thermex technology is easy to use, and they are exploring the new territories. They have gone to North America. They are in the Middle East, South Arab, and also in Iraq. And now they are venturing in the Western Africa also. So it is all these things were very nice to know, and his talk was very quite full of optimism. Then they have initiated R&D work also to further improve the Thermex technology, and I think industry must be waiting to know more about the Thermex Gold and Thermex Platinum, which she has mentioned in her presentation. Now, that was about Thermex technology. Now coming to presentation by Mr. Jagdale of BSRM, and it was very nice to know that they are the largest unit which has the largest induction furnace in their country, and they are going for a 150-ton induction furnace also very soon, and they are producing a lot of value-added products, and their aim is to in future is to produce more and more value addition product with their facilities. And then he talked about challenges in induction furnace operation in their country. I think their challenges are very much similar to challenges what induction furnace industry is facing in India. They are also facing challenge regarding scrap prices, then availability of DRI and HBI, and high electricity cost. And it was nice to know that they spend a lot of capital expenditure for controlling air pollution from their facility, and also bringing sulfur and phosphorus down to well below the standard level. Then the next presentation was from Danieli, jointly by Mr. Shuli Joshi and Mr. Andre De Luca, and they were talking mainly about green steel production through their mini mills, saving energy, and they mentioned about the solution regarding low CO2 also, and it was interesting to know that they have a technology where 70% hydrogen will be used for DRI production instead of 100% natural gas, and they have a system. They have developed a system for scrap optimization. They are called digital scrap optimization. And they mentioned about the other several latest Danieli solution for long as well as flat products, and highlighting their techno-economic benefits also. And then it was nice to know about the world records regarding casting speed, productivity, long sequence casting, longest billet, and etc., which have been achieved at different locations in the world. And it was nice to know that they have already designed a process technology to move to the low CO2 technology for steel production. The next presentation was by Dr. Bhattacharya from Austria. So he very rightly mentioned that secondary wood should not be used for as we were using for secondary sector, because we were confusing it for secondary refining technology. In steel refining, in steel production, traditionally we have been using the word primary refining and secondary refining. Primary refining means our open earth, blast furnace, or BOF furnace, etc. And secondary refining included ladle furnace and other facilities, vacuum facilities, where we improve the quality of the steel produced from primary furnaces as per the customer requirement. So he opined that there's a huge possibility of contribution in Indian economy by our mini steel sector, but there are several issues to be sorted out. First and foremost is the high phosphorus in the steel product. Then he was mentioning, I think our induction furnace operator must have taken note of this, that 12-meter billets are required for export, while most of the mills are still producing 6-meter billets. And he mentioned about the trading through traders, and he said how these producers are using $30–40 per ton of the steel by the way they are trading their steel products. Next presentation was by Mr. Sudeep Paul, is the head of technology of Dalmia 7, and it was a very highly technical presentation, telling us about the refractory solution for DRI industry. And DRI, what are the challenges in DRI production as far as the refractories are concerned? That he said that challenges are due to because of the increased pellet charges, and then domestic coal, using of a high calorific value coal instead of low calorific value domestic coal is also a challenge. Then there are several factors affecting refractory performance. He elaborated thermal factors, mechanical factors, chemical factor, and factors relating to refractory quality and refractory installation in the furnace. So it was a very, he elaborated the solution for different type of kilns, and he emphasized that they can provide all type of solution for the DRI plants in the country. And next presentation was by Mr. Satadri Chandra, Chief Executive Officer of McDougall, and he also opined that the induction furnace are going to play a major role in future. And but there are challenges related to accidents, downtime, lack of MIS, raw material price fluctuation, etc. And the changing ratio of DRI and scrap is also giving a challenge in induction furnace. It is to be sorted out. Then they launched the green furnace in 2018, and they are giving a good operation result. Then coming to presentation of Mr. G.K. Sharan, Chief Mentor of Super Smelter Limited. He gave his opinion how do we achieve 3 million ton, what are the problems, what are the challenges, particularly with respect to mini steel sector in achieving 300 million ton, because there will be substantial production expected from mini steel sector and induction furnace also. So how to get the raw material security, then cost of logistic is a problem. He mentioned that rakes are not available for transportation of bulk material for steel industry, because most of the rakes are currently being diverted to the power sector. Then he suggested what are the interventions required by Government of India for the benefit of this industry. And a very valid point he raised, that we all talk about the benefiting the iron ore from 45% Fe to about 60% Fe. But where is the technology? Where is I think he means that where is commercially available, economical technology is available for this purpose. Mr. Sharan also mentioned about the enhancing consumption of steel in rural area, And he very rightly suggested that actions are needed at lighting speed for this purpose. The last presentation was from Dr. Swan Bendelkar of Electrotherm, and he told us about his journey from 1 ton of furnace to 60 ton now, which they are producing in 2020. Then what are the challenges being faced by EAF-based steel plants and what will be the challenges in future? He very nicely explained what are the possible challenges. First and foremost is regarding the quality of steel, then the facilities for high capacity furnace, that is other facilities. When you put up a high capacity furnace, then other facilities also need to be designed accordingly. Then product range has to be increased when we go for the high capacity furnace. Continuous R&D is required in this area. Of course, other speakers have also emphasized this need. And in future, environment protection is also to be keenly seen in the induction furnace route. So he also mentioned about the latest offerings from the Electrotherm, and most important point he made is that the future of induction furnace will be in the production of special grades of stainless steel, alloy and special steel, and other value-added products, and particularly those products which are not produced by large producer, and particularly those type of products which are being imported in the country. So these are all about all the presentation. I might have missed. I'm sorry if I missed something. And thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Thank you, Ankit, for giving me opportunity. And now over to Mr. Ankit.
Thank you, Vijay Varghese sir. Thank you for an elaborate, sum up of the entire proceedings. Though we say it's a half a day's webinar, but actually if you calculate, it's almost a full day of webinar. We started at 3:30, now it's 9:15, so almost 6 hours. 6 hours, as during the first meeting you mentioned, that it becomes too long and people at times have complained. Today I intentionally tried to keep a 5 minutes Q&A cushion so that we could make up in case of lost time. But even then it did not work out. We were supposed to end by 8 o'clock. We are well beyond 9, so more than an hour's delay. But there are certain things you cannot help. Dr. Datta also gave a reminder to Dr. Bedarkar to finish early, but even then it went on and on. So we took longer than what it is. But thank you so much. My heartfelt thanks to you, Vijay Varghese sir. Thanks, Ravinda. Thanks, Dr. Raman Datta. Thanks also to Mr. R.K. Singhal and all the panelists who are there today, right since afternoon. And it was really an enriching session, though it took longer than what we had expected. But anyway, end of the day, I think it's better late than never. So we finished off late, but it's still, I would say, worth it in terms of content. We received enough content today. So thanks to everyone once again. And Ankit, if you could just propose a vote of thanks and end the session.
Yeah. I would like to wrap up today's webinar with a few closing remarks. So overall, today, a lot of important topics were discussed as summed up very well by Mr. Vijay Varghese. I would like to thank all the panelists for being here today and to make the session such an interesting one. Special thanks goes out to our chief guest, Madam Rasika Chaube, for delivering a wonderful keynote address and to set the path for the rest of the discussion. My heartfelt gratitude goes out to our silver sponsors, Sham Steel, Danieli, SMS Group, and Rashmi Group, our steel sponsors, HNK India, Electrotherm, Kudremukh, and BSRM, our knowledge partner, SRTMI, our refractory partner, Dalmia OCL, and our supporting organization, Joint Plant Committee, for making this webinar possible. Thanks also to Mr. R.K. Singhal and Dr. Raman Datta for wonderfully moderating both our sessions. Thanks again to all the attendees for joining us today and for their active participation in the discussions. With that, I would like to conclude today's meeting. Thank you all for joining us today.
Thank you so much. And one final one-line comment. Most of the 33 odd webinars we have done so far was focused around the larger players. I mean, we cannot call them only integrated players today, but I would say the large players, the large 4 or 5. But this is the first time we took on a subject which is a huge number of players, but very small in size. Some of them, I would say, are very small. But today, when I attended the press conference of Sham Steel, I was surprised to note that even they have a turnover of around 3,000 crore. So by any standards, 3,000 crore, I wouldn't say it's a very small company, but they are small in size if you calculate the overall industry. So with that, I thank everyone once again, and we look forward to our next webinar which is completely different on open cast and underground mining, which is on the 1st of October. And we look forward to your presence on the 1st of October. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very much.
Thank you to Nirmallo and Ankit. A wonderfully organized program.
Thank you, Ramendra.
Thank you, Dr. Datta. Thank you very much.
Thank you.